I cannot control. So held back by this fire inside my beating heart, what else can I do? When my world falls apart, in this place I drown in my tears, my fears, my God, what have I done? In this place away, in the pain, no gain, nothing fetched, nothing won, but I had my fun. You say I don't see it, maybe I just need new eyes, because the hardest thing to see is when you need to say goodbye. Waiting here, and I cannot go home until I find my demons wherever they may roam. Something deep inside, like stealing your regrets. Drowning is the easy part if they haven't got you yet. When my world falls apart, in this place I drown in my tears, my fears, my God, what have I done? In this place away, in the pain, no gain, nothing fetched, nothing won, but I had my fun. You say I don't see it, maybe I just need new eyes, because the hardest thing to see is when you need to say goodbye.
She's coming higher, but they pull her down slow. Echoes of yesterday, louder than they should grow. Every upload, a crack in her skin. Fighting battles, they won't let her win. Change her colors, but they see black and white. She's in the ring alone, swinging for the light. Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? Echoes of yesterday, they won't let her go. She's not the same, but they don't wanna know. She's coming higher, but they pull her down slow. Echoes of yesterday, louder than they should grow. Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? Every upload, a crack in her skin. Fighting battles, they won't let her win. Change her colors, but they see black and white. She's in the ring alone, swinging for the light. Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? Echoes of yesterday, they won't let her go. She's not the same, they don't wanna know. She's coming higher, but they pull her down slow. Echoes of yesterday, louder than they should grow. Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? They throw stones from the black glass and thrones. She's building castles from broken bones. Every star a story untold. She's a phoenix rising, wings of gold. Oh no! Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? They throw stones from the glass thrones. She's building castles from broken bones. Every scar, a story untold. She's a phoenix rising, wings of gold. Echoes of yesterday,
Hey, hang on 1 second. What'd you say?
Are you live?
Yeah.
My fault. Where'd all those clothes from my room go?
What?
Where'd all the clothes from my room go?
Didn't wash?
Oh. Did I?
Angela, who else? Rody Gal. It's been a fucking day. Let me tell you what happened. So I woke up this morning and I'm having a fine day. I watched the new, it's a movie I've been dying for like 2 fucking years already. The Strangers Chapter 2. Oh my God, it sucked so bad. And then while I was watching towards the end, I got a phone call from someone who asked me something. I go into Patreon and it's gone. Some fucking cunt, which I found out who it was, or I believe I know who it was. Some fucking psycho bitch from 2019. Thank you, Sydney. From 2000. Oh, it was horrible, Angela. From 2019, fucking reported. So I got eliminated. So what did I do? Okay, I know. Well, that's why I'm going live. I don't think this has anything to do with BJ, though. It's some fucking obsessed cunt. But anyway, so this girl like gets fixated on someone and she doesn't fucking quit. It goes on and on. Thank you so much, Sydney. It goes on and on and on. It's bad. But so while I'm looking for a new platform, I can't get into anything. I don't know anybody's emails. I don't know, like, I have no way to contact anybody. So I decided to go through my email and I am putting together a database of every Patreon I've ever had. It took me 9 hours or 8 hours to go through 2019. So I'm up to 2020. But I want everyone to know Patreon's past, present, and future. You're going to get an email from me. There's a lot of people on this list I don't talk to anymore. I haven't seen them in years, but you're still getting the email because I'm emailing it to everybody. So don't be surprised. There's a lot of Patreons I still have from 2019 that I don't have their email, and not everyone's in Discord. I saw Hartley. Hartley, you were a Patreon in 2020, March. So stuff like that. So you guys, you're going to get an email. Don't freak out. Current Patreons, if you're not in Discord, you're going to get an email either today, late today, or tomorrow. Check your spam folder. I know a lot of Patreons watch after the fact. So just check your spam folder if you don't get it. Like someone from 2019 said that she didn't get it. Hey, Yarn. So if you have ever signed up for a Patreon account, except like my known haters, you're not going to get an email. But everybody else, you're going to get an email. And I tell you, it was so nice seeing some of these names. I'm like, oh my God, I wonder how this one's doing. I wonder how that one's doing. So yeah, that's what happened to me today. Not a good time because it's right before Sage's wedding, and that's residual income that I get every month that I need. So fuck you to the person that did it. I know who the fuck you are, and you can try to troll all you want. I'm not saying Yarn, let's just say she's fucking psychotic, and it's not the obvious. I'll leave it at that. Someone that fucking fixates. And no, I don't think it's MM or Alicia or anything like that. I really don't. I was told there's someone that is fucking overly obsessed. So, and I haven't mentioned her, I haven't talked about her, nothing. You'll figure it out, Yarn. Yarn, were you ever a Patreon? Because if you were, you get an email. But I'll email you. You won't be surprised when I tell you. I'll tell you that much. Just another jealous bitch. So anyway, moving on. I just want to let everyone know that I went to look for something on Patreon and it was gone. And the thing is, I'm appealing it and stuff, but like, I've never even had a strike by them. I've been with them since 2019. I've never even had so much a fucking strike and cut off. Like, whole account's gone. I can't get in anything, nothing. It's like it never existed. So, whether they give me the appeal or not, I'm actually setting up somewhere else that I'm setting up memberships and everything else. It's just a pain in the ass. But to be fair, I kind of look at the bright side of everything. And no, it doesn't, Yarn. And honestly, I think this was a good thing. And I'll tell you why. I should have done a database from day one, and I never did. But I should have. And when I got the idea today, okay, I can get everyone's email from my email because I have a totally separate email that I never use for anything except Patreon. So I have everybody's emails without junk mail, without spam. No, it doesn't. Without spam. So it's pretty easy to go through everything. I mean, there's 3,500 pages, but it's easy to go through it because I only use that email for Patreon and that was it. But I've just been doing this database. And like I said, right now, I'm up to mid 2020. I mean, it's going to take hours, if not days. But it was kind of like a sign from above. Well, you should have done this database from day one. And now you're going to do it. So anyway, so let's get into this because I think it's important. And I have a database to do. So to the people that say delete your channel, please delete yourself because you're just so fucking stupid. So let's begin. Brittany J, who really can't keep my name out of her mouth, but whatever. All right, let me back up. I was watching Nonsense for a minute today. And Nonsense said something that I have to relate to Brittany. I really do. I got to relate it to Brittany. And Nonsense was talking about EKC and I forgot the other one's name. But she was saying, you're promoting someone you do not know who the fuck you're promoting. You think you do, but you don't. And I really started thinking about that. And I was like, you know what? Nonsense is so fucking right. And I wasn't talking about the people she was talking about, but the people that are getting a hold of Brittany, Veda, thank you. The people that are getting a hold of Brittany, oh, Laura this, Laura that. Let me show you this. Let me show you Laura's history, blah, blah, blah. And she's promoting them. I'm going to stick with Nunya on this. Brittany, and I'm not talking about Veda or EKC. You don't fucking know these people and you've never even watched them or know their history or what they're about. You probably don't want to promote these people because you're playing with fucking fire. And I mean that wholeheartedly. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but there is a reason I don't even acknowledge them. There's a reason for that. And it's not because I'm scared or anything else. It's because they're fucking crazy. I'm talking certifiably fucking crazy. So, again, I'm not talking about the people that Nonsense is talking about, but I thought Nonsense did a really, really good speech when she said it, I guess you can say. Because, yeah, these people are fucking certifiable. They're either absolute liars or they focus and they're fucking certifiable. So and I'm not warning you. I guess I am kind of warning you. these are not people that you really want to fuck with. But you do whatever you want. But when it blows up in your face, I won't say I told you so. But I just wanted to put that out there first. Okay. So Brittany probably spent all day trying to find something that looked like her thing. I don't know why people think that all of us are that dumb, but we're not. Now, as someone who's never done Suboxone, I have no idea if it's Suboxone or not. And I've said that from day one. I have no fucking idea. I have no idea if what Suboxone strips looks like. You put a Xanax in front of me, I wouldn't know what it looked like. So I am stating this from what I hear from everybody else. And keep that in mind. I mean, if you show me cocaine, I'll probably tell you what it was. But honestly, like, I just don't know what Suboxone looks like. So I'm only going on what I've heard from everybody that's ever done it. So Brittany holds something in her hand the other night that everybody said was Suboxone. Okay. Well, let me back up to the drug test. All right. Brittany shows a drug test yesterday. Great. She passed those things. But here's what she didn't notice. The very thing that I said she was on, she was never tested for. Oh, I got that, UA. She was never tested for. So how are you going to sit there and say that you did this, and this, and you were never tested when you were never tested? But here's the kicker. There was a, what's it called? MRO? Is that what it's called? An MRO? UA? And again, I did not know this. Many people explained this to me, and it was left under a comment. So then we double checked it. We double checked to see if it was correct. And sure enough, according to ChatGPT and 2 nurses and other people that have done it, yes, this comment was correct. And what the comment said was an MRO. Hold on, let me pull it up. Yeah, MRO. An MRO is used when, hold on. An MRO is used when a drug test comes back guilty, but the person has a prescription for it. So the lab sends it to the MRO, and the MRO has to quantify it as not positive because the person has a legal subscription for it, prescription. That makes perfect sense. So when Brittany said that she has an MRO, these are one of the things that popped up to people that have experience with it. And that is an MRO was used, which means Brittany became positive for something. Now, you may say, we don't know what we're talking about. We're fucking crazy, blah, blah, blah. So let's take a look. When is an MRO used for drug screening? Okay, and I'm going to show you. When is an MRO used? A medical review officer is used for a drug screening when a non-negative result is returned from the lab. I'll say this again. A medical review officer is used for a drug screening when a non-negative result is returned from the lab. The MRO, who's a licensed and certified doctor, acts as an impartial gatekeeper to ensure the accuracy and integrity of the process before confirming the final result. This review process is legally required for employees in federal regulated safety sensitive positions and is considered a best practice for all other employees. The MRO's role when a test is not negative, this talks about employee, but it's the same thing. You get the hint. So Brittany wants to be over there just touting about how she passed her drug test and blah, 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 blah. Brittany, can you explain then why an MRO was used since you just passed, no problem? Now, the other thing is, too, that you have to understand, an MRO, and anybody can go look this up. You can call your doctor, anybody, go look it up. That's maybe why, and this is just a guess, but that may be why the lab couldn't give her result and that she did have to go through CPS because she was waiting on this final result, even though she would have had this back weeks ago. But yeah, so she claimed that it's all negative. Now, it's also possible, and this is just a thought, it's also possible that the negative test she showed was actually, a test or whatever, but she may have had a separate one for the one that she was actually guilty on or positive on, and then the MRO just does all of it together. That's a possibility. I don't know for sure, though. I'm not holding that, I'm just saying it's a possibility. But I just found that really, really interesting. Hey, Tammy, I just found that really interesting that that when that was left for me, that an MRO is used for non-negative, which means positive. But there's another catch. If you have a legal subscription, I keep saying subscription, buy a membership. No, if you have a legal prescription and you go for a drug test and you prove that you have a legal prescription, then your test is going to come back negative because you're not really guilty because you have a legal prescription. So that's why she came back negative if one of those are guilty and she has a legal prescription for it. So that takes care of the drug test. I just don't know why. Like, she keeps spinning it like it's all us. No, Brittany, if you just told the truth, we would have nothing to say. When I say we, I mean me and you. We would have nothing to say. You can bash us, you can spin it, your idiot people can say whatever they want. It means absolutely nothing. Because you know why? Facts are facts. You can't change facts, no matter how much you try. And your test showed that it used an MRO. Therefore, you came back positive of something. And the fact that you weren't even tested for Suboxone, what would you really come back guilty of? Methadone was checked. So is everybody else on the dark side right that it was methadone? Just curious. I know you're going to deny it, but I'm just wondering. Again, downers are not my forte. Maintenance meds is not my forte. I don't know much about any of it. So again, I am going on what everybody has told me. But I think that, knowing that an MRO was used, that's pretty heavily. Oh, I have cinnamon. That's how you get it when, like for an employee, it'll send it back like that if somebody else has already looked at the result. Like if you, at least for employee, I've seen it like that. Because I have Adderall prescription, so I always have to show them that. So I guess that gets reviewed by an MRO too. You know what I mean? But then if someone that was fully negative would send back, the actual lab result, and it wouldn't need to go through an MRO. So, but yeah, I've seen it like that many of times. That I'm not even questioning. I still don't believe the first test. That I think is completely fabricated. Why? The drugs didn't even match. She had different drugs on each. How do you have different drugs on each? How is that even fucking possible? Now, I looked into that further too. Is it possible that they tested for different drugs? Yeah, absolutely, they could. However, why would they only test some of the drugs that they sent to there? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. I can see them testing more drugs, but aren't, if you're sending it for send out, aren't you going to test everything that was already tested? Now, again, I don't work in a lab, so I don't know, but I call 100% bullshit on the first test. So unless someone can show me that that's real, you can go fuck yourself with me deleting my channel. Because again, if Brittany wanted me to delete my channel, she would just show that yellow carbon copy. And then I wouldn't have a choice. But instead of all you goons coming in here wondering why she didn't, why I didn't interrupt my channel, why don't you ask Brittany why she hasn't shown anything? If she wants my channel gone so bad. Because all she would have to do is show that yellow copy, just like she made up this whole thing with this antibiotic or whatever. Yeah, okay, Brittany. So let's get into the antibiotic. So Brittany shows this today. Hold on, I got like a fuck ton of windows open. All right. So Brittany shows this today and says, this is the antibiotic ointment. What she fails to realize, she's got a big problem with it. All right. So I don't know if you guys watched it, but one of the debates on it was that Brittany said that her pharmacist gives her free samples. People are saying they can't give you free samples. Then someone in the chat said something and she repeated it. Okay, Brittany. Hey, Patty. And of course, JP's in there rooting her on. Of course you are, JP. All right.
Stuff sometimes too. Yeah, JP. For the most part, everybody that actually is sensible seems to know that, but it's these people that I see elsewhere that yeah. I've been a nurse for a long time and I've known about Silvadene for a long time, but I've never seen so many mofos worried about a tube of cream.
And I've never seen such stupid fucking people in my entire life, flight nurse. I don't know how some of you guys function in life. I just don't. But besides that, so Brittany said that she's on some kind of medicine that is half Tylenol, half caffeine pills or something. Brittany, if you were on caffeine pills, you wouldn't fall asleep every fucking 2 seconds. Just saying.
Can I just point out what I just proved too? And I will get another tube of that cream. One more time for the lurkers in the back. Okay. One more again.
Sorry. I hate StreamYards. All this was a great fucking attempt at trying to hide this, but this black wouldn't be in the middle, Brittany, and that's your mistake. The way you're holding it is absolutely ridiculous, because you'll see what I mean when I show you the other one. It's pretty funny though. It's not the same packet at all. You can tell it's not, but she's playing it off like it is. So let's entertain this. We're going to totally entertain this.
Okay. One more time for the lurkers in the back. Okay. One more again.
God, I fucking hate StreamYards. All right. It's all the way on the right, on my right, not on the left. So explain to me, Brittany, why it's upside down. Now, this would only work. This would only work if it was flipped the other way. If you flip it the other way, it's totally different. So it can't be. Now, she's all right, Jessica, I'll entertain that. She's holding it that way because it's how she held it before. Correct. But the black stripe is on the other side. And I'm going to show you the video. But the black is on the other side. She's got the black on the wrong side. So even if you say, let's turn it around, if you turn it the other way to have the black on the other side, it wouldn't match because the black is not that long. So I'll show you what I mean in a second.
Okay. I got that drink caught in my throat. Wait a minute. Let me get it good. Get it good. Oh no! She's holding us back so.
Brittany, just wait.
Y'all, we caught her. Oh no! Once again, medicines have the lot number and the expiration strip. BC powder. Just like a Suboxone. My
Okay, let me also point something out. We're going to get to that point, but let me point something out. Her pharmacy did not give her that whole package for free. Right or wrong? I have a hard time because she originally said, remember, she originally said it was a very small ointment, that it was a small package of ointment that she got. Is that a small package of ointment? I don't even know what BCB powder is, but that doesn't look like a small package of ointment to me. That looks like a pretty hefty, like, package of something. So again, let's look at the size of that.
no! She's holding us back so, y'all. We caught her. Oh no! Once again, medicines have the lot number and the
Let me tell you something else. And I mean this. And I really am starting to sound like fucking conspiracy theory. I believe that's taped on. You don't have this white ring around a lot number. You just don't. There is no white ring around a lot number. Like, it would just be black. You know what I'm saying? Right, Midnight? You see what I mean, though? There's no white around it. It doesn't make sense. And if anyone has a package of that, would be great, because I don't even know what that is.
expiration strip. BC powder.
Now, that's not a little ointment that you would get from your pharmacy. It's headache medicine. Well, she said it's okay. She said yesterday that it was ointment from her leg. So which is it? Is it ointment for your leg, or is it headache medicine? Because she said it was ointment for her leg. She said that twice, actually. That's not even what she's saying it was that she was holding. Yeah, she said it was an ointment. She said it was ointment for her leg.
BC powder.
Yeah. You see, this is fucking taped on. Look at what she's so fucking stupid. Look, I'll show you what I mean. If I can catch it at like the very right moment.
BC.
You see how there's something over the writing? And there's the barcode, that's where the writing, and over here there's something over the writing.
BC.
You see what I mean? That's over the writing. She's taped over it, exactly. That's probably a Suboxone black that she taped over it. You guys see what I'm talking about, right? I mean, I can't make it any bigger, but let me try this. Yeah, she said it was ointment. Now it's BC powder. But if anybody can like get a picture of that and blow it up, would be great. But that, because you can see here, there's words there. And she just totally covered it up. That's a good point, Just Irish. You're a genius. Hold on. BC powder for headaches. All I'm seeing is the front. Oh, look at that. I'm fucking genius. Well, Just Irish, you're a genius too. Hold on. All right, so this is on the boxes. All right, let me show you guys. Oh, she's lying. Hold on. So on the back of the box, there's no black strip. But she didn't have a box, she had a package. And I don't know how to find it. The back of it, Adrian? Addicts, yeah, but she goes beyond. Yeah, see, these are all boxes though, so it's hard to tell. Oh, wait, I'm wrong. There's the black strip. So it does have a black strip. All right, I was wrong. It does look weird. It does look like it's covered. All right, I was wrong. No problem. So it does have a black strip, but you know what it doesn't have? You know what it doesn't have? It doesn't have the expiration like she said it did. That it doesn't have. It doesn't have lettering in it at all. So what are you looking at again, Brittany? Here's one of those scenarios. I know when I'm wrong. Like, I'll admit when I'm wrong. Okay, I am wrong. This does have a black strip. But do you see any writing in it? Because I don't either. I don't see any writing. But I also don't see how caffeine pills could put you to sleep. Just saying. But let's back up a second. She specifically said that it was ointment for her leg. So how did it turn into BC powder? Just curious. What happened? The ointment that you tried to say it was, you couldn't find a black strip on? So then you found some with a black strip on it? Correct, agent. I'm going to show that in a minute. Yeah, QR code. There's no QR code in it. There's no expiration in it. There's nothing in it. So tell me again how this is ointment for your leg. Because I think she said it really clearly that that it was ointment for her leg, and how dare anyone question her because it was ointment for her leg? Yeah, she did. But let's go one step further, and then we're going to back up. But here's a treat for you guys. What? Here's a good treat for you guys. So Brittany once showed a picture of her pink gun, which is very cute, by the way. But I guess she showed it to her mods or something. And we're going to play Blue's Clues. All right? So we're going to play Blue's Clues. If you don't know how to play Blue's Clues, or find a hidden picture or something. All right, let me pull it up. Okay. Okay, so this is a picture of Brittany's gun. And this is the whole picture. What? This is the whole picture. All right. Here's a picture of the gun. Do you notice anything anywhere? Put on your thinking caps. Tell me if you notice anything. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Anyone? Besides UA or Patreons that know what it is? Blue's Clues. What? Ding, ding, ding. Midnight Angel. Ding, ding, ding. Row, row. Look. What's that, Britt? A little coincidental that this is Brittany's picture. It's Brittany's gun. She was showing it to somebody. And look what just happens to be right there. The same package looking thing that she was holding in her hand. Imagine that. Is that BC powder too? I'm just curious. Yeah, I know it's hard to see. It won't let me get bigger. What do you think the odds of that are? It wasn't me, Midnight. It was given to me. But does that look more like, and it's hard to see, but doesn't that look more like what she was holding in her hand instead of the paper? All right, Jessica, just a real coincidence. And I don't know how the cocaine got up my nose. I just happened to see a straw and it just shot up my nose because there were straws everywhere. The fuck out of here. But how fucking funny is that? So now let's go to her video where she showed it. Irish, best comment of the night. When you realize you're in a hole, stop fucking digging. Yeah, it's just another Silvadene cream sample. You're right. Yep. And Jessica Boo, let me tell you what you're doing that's so fucking dangerous. And I mean really dangerous. Your comment is like, I hit her because she pissed me the fuck off. Don't make me angry and I won't hit you. Oh, okay. That's what you sound like when you defend this and say, oh, there was ointment all over Minnesota or Michigan, whatever. But she lives in North Carolina. And no, there's not Suboxone packets all over the city streets of North Carolina. Personally, I've never even seen one. And I grew up in New York City. So, thank you, Janessa. So when you say dumb shit like that, that's what you remind me of. Just saying. Now let's go to the video. Yeah, I didn't sniff it. It just shot out my nose. Now let's go to what she actually had in her hand. Okay. Do you see the difference of, and this was the best picture that I can get. Do you see the difference of what she was holding and her powder? Do you see how the strip is all the way on the left side? It's not in the middle and it's not on the right. It's all the way to the left. This is not a big powder thing. And she specifically said that it was ointment for her leg. Okay. If it's ointment for your leg, where's the ointment? I'm just curious. Where's the ointment then? Because that's what you said, that it was ointment. So show me where this ointment is that's for your leg. She did say the other night it was for ointment. She sure did. And this is not folded. And we can watch this video again. You guys can see it's still very cloudy, but it's not folded over. I don't want to hear her voice because it's annoying. And she's awfully happy. She says now she can't find the ointment packet. Okay. Hey, Delilah. It is, but the fact that I wasn't even going to go live tonight. The fact she keeps fucking mentioning my name with her bullshit. Yeah, that's not folded over package. Nice try, though. Yeah, how convenient. She can't find it. Okay. Right here's a little barcode. And right here is black. That's the black strip. So tell me how that is the same. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Now, I don't know about you guys, but in no lifetime that I've ever lived, is that the same? Sorry, not sorry. Nope. That black is on the wrong side. Sorry, Brittany, but your black is on the wrong side. You might have gotten away with it for idiots, but no. And again, you see how small it is? Even if she flipped it around, it wouldn't be right. It would be on the wrong side. Because it doesn't, take over the entire thing. It stops right there. So if she flipped it to put it on the other side, it wouldn't work. Because again, it's on this side. As compared to the other side. There's a little QR code there. There's none over here. This writing is actually much darker than any of this writing. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. I hate fucking StreamYards. All right. One is up here and one is in the middle. So tell me how that happens again, Britt. Adrian, that's what I'm saying. If she was to flip it around, the black stripe is too small to be, like, you wouldn't see this. You see what I'm saying? If she flipped it around, you wouldn't see this part because the black is too small. The black isn't a black stripe through the whole thing. It's only a quarter of it. Same thing on this. It's only a quarter of it. But there's way too much white over here as compared to this one. Very little. Oh. And why is it so damn dark? That is not anything folded. That is a small package. Basically, same thing that matched what was on her floor. I mean, that was on the grass. She did try. I'll give her that much. She did try. And, we've said it before, and I'll say it again. All right, hold on, UA. And I'll say it again. Brittany, if you just told the fucking truth, none of this would matter. Nobody would even talk about you. Oh, another thing she said, well, I'll pull up that clip. Another thing she said, she actually said how people are stealing from her. People take other people's expression. Brittany, that's what you do. I've heard you copy Sinner. I've heard you copy Queen Bee. I've heard you copy Nonsense. I've heard you copy Clue. Stop projecting what you do onto everybody else. It's kind of embarrassing, honestly. Yeah, she actually said that tonight. I was like, wow. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is there something to play? I just see the picture. Oh, all right. I didn't hear that. How do I play that without sharing screen?
Brittany,
You guys can't hear that, right? Let me know if you guys can hear that.
I want to say, I love that for you, that you originally said it was antibiotic ointment for your leg, and then you even went further to say that it was Silvadene cream, because Silvadene cream is a prescription only cream, unlike triple antibiotic ointment. So, that cannot be legally dispensed by pharmacists. It can only be legally dispensed by prescribers, like doctors who give in-office samples out. Yeah, so I'm not buying your bullshit story, but I really appreciate you going out and clarifying that it was something that's only available by prescription, because pharmacists do not have any way to give out free samples, regardless, JP, of whether they like you or not. So kiss my ass, JP and Brittany.
All right. Now, UA also sent a picture of the back and front of Silvadene. Hold on. I transfer it. Okay. This is the back and front of Silvadene. They don't have a black stripe. That's the front and back. There is no black stripe. They have a blue stripe with a lot number around it. Oh, it's an injectable? No, it says topical use only. Why does it say injectable? Silvadene can be delivered by a mail order pharmacy that has wound supplies. Requires a prescription from doctor. Yeah, no, you can't get. I don't think you can get this on. I don't think whatchamacallit, a pharmacist would have this on hand. Like, I don't think he would get free samples of it. But the thing is, she knows that this doesn't have the RX only. She knows this doesn't have the black stripe, so she couldn't use it. She could, so then it changed to we're all idiots because now it was BC powder. Really, Brittany? Because you said it was ointment. Would you like me to play it? I'm sure we could find it really quickly. Where you said it was antibiotic ointment that you got from the pharmacy. And now it's BC powder that doesn't even match. So tell me again who the idiot is, Brittany. So for those in the back, you can see it's on the left. And there's some writing down here that goes this way with some kind of darkened, could be a barcode. Okay. Then we have this. Oh, you can't see. I fucking hate this. Hold on. Remind me not to use StreamYards anymore. You have here. Oh, you can't see. You have here on the left. Here you have it on the right. It's too small to go the other way. If you flip it around, it's too small. So that didn't happen. I'm sorry, Brittany. Once again, I call bullshit. This is not this. That's it. It's an antimicrobial for burn wounds. Oh, is it? She still maintained it was Silvadene ointment used, but apparently didn't have a pic to show. Supposed to depend on where you are. Yeah, I'm not saying that a pharmacist couldn't give you a sample. That's the least of my worries. But this is not this. It's a good attempt though. But no. Your stripe isn't even on the right side. It's going different ways. And more importantly, this right here is not a package. Sorry, not sorry. Not a package. I tell you though, she's good, but she's not that good. Because the sad part is half the people in her chat did not even question the fact. Yeah. People in her chat didn't even fucking question the fact. Well, Brittany, you said that it was ointment. You never said it wasn't ointment. You said it was ointment. But now it's BC powder. Master manipulator, 100%. By the way, I get my hearing aids tomorrow, I believe. They should be in tomorrow. Woo woo. Yeah, I want to see a close-up. I agree with you. Please, oh, thank you. Fire? Huh? Yeah, it's so dark. It's hard to tell. UA, I dropped a link. No, I dropped a link. Yeah, sorry, that's not a package. No, I think she said she took Suboxone in the past. I could swear someone said that she had said that she took Suboxone. Or she took maintenance drugs. I don't know what it was, but I know maintenance drugs. I don't know if she ever specifically said which ones, though. Granny what? She told people behind the scenes that yes, but she told YouTube she hasn't ever taken it. Oh, I don't know. Hell yeah, Sage will always be my baby, even though she's gonna be married soon. Like 10 more weeks or something. Crazy. Granny said she knew for a fact she took me. Yeah, I remember hearing that though. Oh, laughter. I said that yesterday. I said, do you know how many fucking clips you can put together with her? Just lie after lie after lie after lie. I know she'll get married. Take 30 milligrams of Suboxone a day, and it's hard to believe she's been on them a long period. She's not hitting the ceiling effect. Okay.
Hey, sorry. I don't know what my StreamYard's been acting really weird. So the problem is, Brittany, if she would have just, she's not saying it's a BC powder. She was just using that as an example because she conveniently happened to run out of samples of her Silvadene cream. But what I love for her is that she started out by saying that this was a antibiotic ointment. Now,
She sure did.
if she would have done that and just said triple, like a triple antibiotic ointment, like Bacitracin, something over the counter, then I mean, it would have been possible for her to get samples, but still not really from a pharmacist. Like she would have been able to like buy them, you know, at the pharmacy or whatever, kind of like what's in a first aid kit. But where she fucked up, and this is where it's kind of game over, is pharmacists in order to dispense a medication, which that's she backed herself into a hole by saying it was Silvadene cream.
See, no.
A prescription only cream that a pharmacist cannot dispense at all legally in samples in any way, shape, or form. They cannot give a prescription cream to a patient without an active prescription for it. And unless her prescription was written out to dispense this package, which Silvadene cream I've never seen it in packets. It's always in tubes. You know.
Yeah, but even if she got it, it doesn't matter because she said that it was this Silverdine antibiotic, whatever. And then tonight, to make us look stupid, to make us feel like we don't know what the fuck we're talking about, and how dare we question her, she switched drugs. Now it was this drug. Brittany, you're the one that said it was fucking antibiotic.
Well, no, she didn't. She was saying like she was using the BC powder thing and doubling it like over because she said she didn't have the Silverdine cream. And then she came up with some elaborate, do I need to film myself going into the pharmacist, like going into the pharmacy and asking for it? Because even some of her own people in chat, from what I could tell between that and trying not to have a heart attack with the Alabama football game, were saying you pharmacists can't give out samples. You can, as a nurse, I can get, for those that don't know, I am a registered nurse. You can get samples from your doctor's office. You know, a lot of times drug reps will come in and give, if they're trying to push a certain medication or get doctors to prescribe a certain medication, they'll give the doctor samples to give to patients to see if they like it and want to prescribe it. Okay, doctors can give that out. Fine, no problem. However, pharmacists cannot. So that's where she messed up. She tried to like double down on her lie too much to the point where she doubled down, making it something that was only available by prescription. So she couldn't have gotten it at all. Point blank, end of story.
But even I'm going to say even if she did, that still doesn't explain how you all of a sudden switch drugs.
Well, she said, okay, so she said it was an antibiotic ointment. So Silverdine cream, it's usually used in burns, but it can sometimes be used in, it's an anti-colloidal cream. So it's, sometimes for infections, you can apply it to infections. But it's primarily used in burns.
Oh, it's a Schedule 2 drug?
No, it's not a Schedule 2 drug. It's just a topical. It's just a topical drug, but it's typically in a tube. And she even said in the same sentence tonight in her live, she said, said it was in a packet and a tube, literally in the same sentence. Brittany, you're lying. Just stop. Give it up, girl. And what were the chances that you're, showing your gun off and just happen to have a packet of Silverdine samples laying on the ground a few years ago? So how long have you been getting samples from your pharmacist, allegedly?
I agree.
But I love that story for you. I love that you made it only available by prescription, because it just proved that you're a fucking liar. And JP, lean in, because apparently when you decided to flip or whatever, you've been hanging around people like BJ a little too much, and you've lost a lot of brain cells. So pharmacists still can't break the law whether they like you or not. So try again, JP. Stamp for BJ a little bit harder, bitch.
So what if you have a prescription for it and
it has to be dispensed as the prescription is written? And so when a doctor is writing a prescription for Silverdine cream, they're not going to write the prescription for it to be in tiny little packets. They're going to give you a tube of it. And the tube size, they can write it for different size tubes, but it will not be for fucking samples.
I'm asking ChatGPT, my boyfriend.
Well, ChatGPT.
Pharmacists give free samples of Silverdine?
prescription medication without a prescription. No, they can't.
Drug manufacturers are the ones who provide free samples and are legally allowed to give them only to licensed prescribers.
What did I just say, Laura? Why are
Nurse
you doubting me?
practitioners, physician assistants, not directly to pharmacists. Pharmacies typically do not keep manufacturers' samples on hand except in rare clinical or hospital settings where there is a special arrangement. If
Right.
a patient needs help affording a medicine, a pharmacist may contact the prescriber to request samples, help with manufacturer patient assistance programs, recommend lower cost alternatives or generics. In some hospital clinic pharmacies, samples might be dispensed, but only under the authority of a prescribing clinician, whatever, doctor.
Clinician.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why I can't say that word. Bottom line, pharmacists cannot legally just hand out free samples of any prescription drugs. If you're struggling to afford medication, your best bet is to ask your doctor for free samples or talk to your pharmacist about manufacturer assistance programs. Boom.
Brittany.
So
Yeah.
Brittany and JP, tell me how your pharmacy did that again. What pharmacy was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, doctors can do it, but pharmacies can't.
Exactly what I fucking said.
Yeah.
So that's for me, like, she cannot attack that. We can sit here and pull up fucking packages all day long. It proves that Brittany will just literally get creative and convince a bunch of mindless fools over there that, you know, whatever. But what she is saying is legal. It's illegal.
Yeah, it's
So
illegal.
your pharmacist is getting access to these from drug reps and drug manufacturers and illegally putting his license on the line to give you some free samples for your stanky leg, Brittany. Miss me with that shit.
All right, let me just hold on. I'm gonna alter this a little so she can't get around it.
She ain't gonna get around it, Laura. She can try anything that she wants to. She can't get around the fucking law.
All right.
There's a reason that we have things like the DEA and the FDA, and they like, you know, yeah. Brittany, I just loved it for her that she made it something that was prescription only. Like I said, well, pharmacists don't give out samples anyways, but that she made it a prescription only drug was I love that for her. So whoever.
Okay. Hold on. This does change a little.
No,
I had said, can a pharmacist give free samples of prescription medicine if you already have a prescription?
No, they can't.
And hold on, it says prescription only samples. Pharmaceutical companies sometimes provide doctors' offices with free samples of prescription drugs. These are meant for prescribers to give directly to patients. Pharmacists typically themselves cannot independently give out prescription samples unless the samples were provided through a prescriber or part of an authorized patient assistance program, which doesn't fit her either, but I'm just saying.
Correct, Laura. She can't. It's illegal. And JP is trying to fucking simp for her. JP, are you fucking stupid? Or are you just being dumber because you're hanging out over there? I get it. Brittany causes you to lose too much. Brittany can cause you to lose brain cells. But you're about brain fucking dead, JP. Stop fucking simping for lying, scamming sacks of shit. JP.
But they feel bad for her.
Well, they can feel bad for somebody else.
But she's being bullied.
Oh. So it's ironic JP would want to defend somebody from bullying.
I don't think she's defending her as much as I think she's trolling her.
No, she's fucking, what she's doing is she's just trying, really. I don't think she's trolling her. I think that she fucking is, I don't know. I think she's all fucking trying to go anti everybody that she used to be aligned with. She's, hate bonding with them.
Hold on, syringes are cheap. You buy them on Amazon. They're pretty cheap.
What?
No, I was talking to No Open. She hates Jay, that's why. Yeah, she hates all of them now.
Yeah, she does hate Jay.
She hates all of them. Hey, Lord Troll. Big Farm has reps that go to doctors. Pharmacists supposed to carry whatever available in the market. No, we're talking free samples, that they can't give out free samples of prescription.
Right. Lord. I think you would agree with that.
JP's clout chasing? Nah. I think she's trolling. I really do.
She's not trolling. She's just hate. It's just like literally like BJ, the people that are coming after BJ are people that JP hates. And JP is trying to do that shit since she separated from Queen. I see JP for who the fuck she is, which is not a whole lot of disappointment.
I'll be honest with you, though. I lost whatever little respect that I had for some of these people. I completely lost it due to their sense of stupidity of how they can't see what's blatantly right in front of them and how they believe the bullshit of the things she says when all it takes is like a 2-second research and you can tell she's completely full of shit. And they just, oh, well.
That's why I said, Laura, like, don't even attack, like, it's worthless to sit there and bring up, like, even show packaging of Silvadine, because it ultimately, at the end of the day, what she's saying is happening is fucking illegal, and she said it happened, she acted like this was a reoccurring thing that her pharmacist just does for her, and that can't be you can't do that. One, the pharmacy doesn't even have that shit on, like, they don't have that to give out to begin with. They don't just have fucking samples laying around the fucking pharmacy. So
No, I agree.
Now, if it was hospital, what they were talking about is usually like you have like PharmDs, which work in hospital settings and work with providers, and they're sometimes given samples. That's a whole different fucking story than what BJ is claiming. And BJ probably has no fucking clue what a PharmD is anyways, so she can kiss my ass on that too.
There's no way someone that nods out all the time is on 65 milligrams of caffeine.
Well, they're not. She's not doing that, Laura. She only claims to take them when she has a headache. This BC powder. This is only, like, this is her just trying to show. I think basically there was probably a bunch of people that sat around saying, well, we don't have any actual packets of Silvadine fucking cream, and we can't show a Suboxone cream. So what if something that Brittany has said she takes in the past, BC powder, or claim that she takes in the past, BC powder packets? Those come in packets. That's why I'd already fucking debunked that shit by looking up how BC powder packets come and the different forms that they can come in. But what they had to do is get creative, fold it in half, and then try to just pass it off as this is what, by folding my BC powder packet in half, this is an example of how me holding the Silvadine cream, which I never fucking put on my leg that night, by the way, or never said I need to put on my leg that night or anything like that. happened to get in my fucking hand.
No, and she said specifically that it was antibiotic cream.
Well, I mean, and that's why I love when she made it even more specific by saying that it was fucking Silvadene and made it a prescription. Silvadene's like it's an anti, like I said, it's anti-colloidal, but you know, it just is there to kind of like, I don't know, without getting like too much into the weeds of shit. You know, it's basically it's like it's an antibiotic, and it works to prevent like works by killing the bacteria or preventing the growth of bacteria, and it's usually used in wound infections like 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
Oh, she must be burning.
Well,
now,
we know she's been rotten leg for a while.
I'll show it again for those in the back. Hold on.
The trolls are really bored tonight. I challenge any of them to fucking come up here and tell me I'm fucking wrong. I dare you. Send your best fucking get Ivy League to come over here. Brittany, Red Rover, send Ivy League right on over.
Hold on, true criminals. Were you dropped on your head as a child? Let me show you. I don't give a fuck what's on the back of the packaging of this package or that package. I'm going to show you, though, what I do care about. Blatant obvious. This package, the black is on the left side. On this one, it's on the right side. That's impossible if it's the same package. Absolutely impossible. This has a barcode right here. This does not. This has, I know it's a little fuzzy. It looks like it's white, but it's not. It's a full black strip. Very little is left in between here. This one, forget that because that's the other side. There's a lot. Because why? Because this is in the middle, leaning towards the right side. If you were to turn this upside down, let's just say, oh, well, it'll be turned upside down. No, because the black, you wouldn't have this space. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't have this space if you turned it upside down or inside, whatever. This is not a package of anything. This is as thin as like a business card. It's not folded 4 times. It's not all around. And why would she pick it up, put it down, pick it up, put it down? Oh, true criminal, I'm showing you where you're fucking wrong. Why would I delete my channel when she's showed a fake test? Please enlighten me. But I'm going to delete you. Bye-bye.
I even updated my taglines to say actually an RN because I mean, like you can't argue with that. The law is the law at the end of the day.
You really can't. Because no matter how many times you talk to them, they just don't get it. Yeah, it's not our fault that you're an idiot, true criminal. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, Rachel, that test was fake as fuck. Hey, Be Real. I get that you're on people. Yeah, people did try talking to her.
She also, like, her response, one, if I'm going to come out and show this, like, long-awaited drug test, one, Brittany, you have a new fucking phone, and that's the best fucking picture you could take. Miss me with that shit. You literally, I felt like I was drunk trying to look at your picture because it was so fucking blurry, and you did it intentionally.
Hey, girl.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Long time no hear. You're going to
I
be getting
know
an
it.
email from me if you heard the beginning of this.
So
But
I'm just going to say this. I'm
Right.
not a Britney defender. I'm not go Britney. But I will say this. We
Okay.
don't know what pharmacy she's using.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it does. It
In
does.
North Carolina, if a pharmacy is in a hospital setting, which we have, I'm in the medical field, Laura can tell you, and I'm in North Carolina.
Okay.
If you have a pharmacy inside of a
Yeah.
hospital setting, you absolutely can be gave
Yes.
samples out of there. So we don't know where her
through
pharmacy's at.
through the prescriber.
It does once that
No, but
prescription's wrote.
I know what you're saying. I just read that.
Through the
That if it's
prescriber.
in a hospital setting,
Yes.
we don't know if she got it at the hospital.
She.
As long as she has a legal prescription, that pharmacist can give her samples. He absolutely can.
Oh,
Because just like a pharmaceutical rep goes into offices and, prisons and pharmacists, they go to hospital settings too
I
and
know that's
distribute samples.
that is. I didn't say they didn't. What I'm saying is they're not gonna be going like one. Brittany's story isn't that Brittany never even said that Brittany's story is fucking changed on this as well. Like
Well, I don't watch Brittany like that. I just know that was the first thing I heard. The second thing, an MRO here in North Carolina, they do verify negative drug tests. It doesn't have to have a positive in it. They verify all drug tests, regardless if there's anything positive, if there's anything negative. I understand what Laura's saying. She didn't see what she should have been tested for or didn't get tested for. I see that. But in North Carolina, a medical review officer, he reviews all drug tests, whether they're negative or they're positive.
Oh,
That's
really?
a fact.
Bill, okay,
Yes.
so typically, but however, here's the thing. Those those results are when they're resulted
Mm-hmm.
from the lab, they're going to show levels. They're going to show each drug and the fact that it was negative, right?
It won't show levels if it's negative. If it's positive, it's going to show.
It'll show the level ranges in which it would create a positive result, right?
Correct, if it's positive.
Right. So, what she got is basically to your was not the actual lab results. And what
You're breaking up.
also, the other thing is, if you look at the drugs that she said that she was tested for on her little right?
All right,
Is
she
she
keeps
breaking up for you
yeah,
too?
breaking up. So I'll tell you what she was saying.
Okay.
I already know the answer, but she wasn't. All right, so she had this fake drug test, which nobody's going to deny that was fake. And she listed the drugs that she was tested for, and they were all negative according to the test. So then she does the lab with Quest, and it comes back, and they write her up this form or whatever. But some of the drugs that she was tested for, when they sent it out, it wasn't tested. How is that even possible?
Like what drugs are you saying she was? I haven't really looked into the one she just produced. I've seen clips of it, but I haven't looked at it.
All right, MDMA, for example, on her
Right.
fake test, that wasn't checked off. On the real test, it was checked off that it was negative. But all right, so actually, you know what, Kim, you're a good person to fucking ask this, because maybe you can dumb this down for me, because I don't get it. You go for a urine test, you do a rapid test. Some people are saying no rapid test is laid out like that, but that's besides the point. Let's say it's all legit. So she has a 10-panel test, and there's 10 drugs listed that she tested negative for. Then it gets sent out. Same urine sample gets sent out. And now they're testing for other drugs besides what was on the test, but they still only do 10. That doesn't make sense to me. Because aren't they going to do a full test on everything that was already done? And then if they want to do extra, they'll do extra?
It depends. It depends on what they were looking for.
Do you find it odd that benzodiazepines were not tested for?
Yeah, well, with her nodding off, I would say yeah.
Okay, all right. Do you find it odd that on the rapid drug test under donor information, it absolutely had no donor information to be confirmed by either a driver's license or another form of ID, and it just said donor information, then the little box of how it was verified was not checked, and her name was written in the notes section. So, like, normally in that donor section form, you're going to have, like, the patient's name, their date of birth, right? Those kinds of, that stuff, that was all missing.
Yeah, but it kind of depends. So if
Well, then
if
what
it
could they
was
verify?
if they might have just looked at her license.
But what would they, but they have to put the donor information on the actual form, the results form for the instant rapid results. They have to put her name, not just in the notes section. There could be a number of Brittany Jacksons.
Well, she has a lab number.
It doesn't.
She's obviously had labs ran before with that company.
Thing. In order to and if I'm, for example, if you're presenting that to someone and do they know her lab number? No, they don't. So how would they be able to verify the donor information that she has that would have normally appeared? There's a very similar looking form in the same fucking font that Brittany showed, but
because that was a rapid in-office test. They knew by the DSS orders, that's what it's called here, Department of Social Services. They knew that it was being sent out to a lab. DSS didn't get a copy. I guarantee you DSS didn't even care to get a copy of that rapid. They don't care what that rapid said. They want what Quest said.
Have it because not everybody has some people just get rapid results, okay? So it's still going to have the fucking donor information on there.
That might be the case, but with her, it wasn't. They were sending it out.
Well, it doesn't matter. The form doesn't change, regardless of who is coming in and whether they're a frequent flyer or not.
Well, the forms here do, because if they're not DOT, if there's several forms. Some are for non-DOT, some are DOT, some are ordered, some are court ordered. It absolutely depends.
What do you think about the fact? Do you think that there's a form that doesn't spell buprenorphine correct?
I haven't seen that. I don't know how they spelled it.
Well, maybe you should look at it first before you start.
All right, hold on. This is what was wrong with.
There's plenty of things. One that says they tested for benzos, by the way, which
yeah, I find that highly sus that they did not test her for benzos or anything like that. But
according to what we showed yesterday,
and it also depends on what the allegations were. We don't know. I mean, I don't know who called in. I don't know what they said.
I said that too.
Yeah, that depends too. Because if you call social services on me and say I'm a crack smoker, they're not going to come out here and just throw all these drug tests. They're going to test for what they suspect or what was allegated.
Not necessarily.
Okay, hold on. This was on the temporary test. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. There was a double pH in this. Tricyclic antidepressants should have been one word. Methamphetamine should have been one word, all spelled incorrectly. And the highlighted are the common, it it was supposed to say confirmed, not common, but there's an extra space right here. There's no way that a clinic is going to make all those mistakes on one test. There's no fucking way. And this is all the things wrong on that first test. They're going to, one thing, all right, so you want to rule out maybe there's an error in spelling. I get that. All three of these drugs are spelled wrong? No. No way, no how.
You're not form. It's like literally got a form number. The form where the drug, when you're giving drug, spell it. Like, no.
And it's true, though. They're not going to put a dash between methamphetamine. It's just methamphetamine and amphetamine. But there's no such drug test just for meth. It's methamphetamine.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Showing
The
spelling.
bottom, hold on.
Showing
The
the
bottom
spelling
one is
error.
what it should be. The bottom one is how it should be written clinically. And on her test, her fake ass test, they're not, if tricyclic is supposed to be this way, they're not going to put a dash in it. They're not
Nope.
going to add extra
We don't
pH
type.
here. They're not, they may put amphetamine separate, but they're not going to put it, technical term is not meth. It's methamphetamine. So they're not going to make it where one side is meth and then amphetamine. That's bullshit. There's no pharmacy or a doctor that's going to do that. And then there's a part where I can show you.
And this is on the current one she got from a lab?
No, this is on her first one.
Show her first one. Show her first one, Laura. Let her look at it. Real good.
My email.
Correct. This isn't a drug.
All right. 1 second.
Overrated. That's funny. Okay. Well, don't become one.
Hold on. All right, here we go. Is that my dog or one of yours?
No, my Frenchie's inside.
Not mine.
All right, here we go. I swear to God, I could fucking recite this thing. I've seen it so many damn times.
I'm going to try and come up on my... If you see two of me, I'm trying to come up on my phone.
All right. So the confirm is right here. There's a space.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the methamphetamine, which even the symbol, it's not MET-MTH. Then you have the... Now it says she was tested negative for benzo, methadone, and then the tricyclic antidepressant, and then the other one is on the bottom that she cut off that we saw somewhere else. But yeah, I just
Show
find
her
it
the
hard
donor information part, Laura.
that there's nothing. And yeah, can this not be filled out? The address of the people ordering it.
Right, the place she had it done at. Yeah,
Yeah,
correct.
Do you see
No.
where there's
it's whoever
Do you-
ordered it, because that's Scotland County Social Services. So
you
it's
Right.
whoever ordered the test, and no DER number. Is that legal?
Well, they're probably trying to protect that social worker's identity, so
No.
Brittany
that's
doesn't
the
have that.
company name, Social Services. That's you're just putting
Yeah,
the
they're probably just
DCHS
trying to
office.
be vague, is what they're
No,
doing in
you
that.
can't be vague, and these are legal documents.
Yeah, you can't be.
It's
Look
Who
at
they
legal.
the
be
donor.
paid for?
The
Look at
lab
the donor information box, okay?
isn't. I can
Look
walk
at the
and say, hey, I want to do a drug test. That's not a legal thing. A rapid test here is not legal. It's for her knowledge in the moment. They don't have to give it to her, but they can.
Okay, well, look at the donor information box.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. But all right, so here's my question. It's saying that it's from Scotland County Social Services.
Right.
Who would they be protecting by not adding the information in there?
The worker, I mean, anything. I mean, we already seen
The
how her
work
workers case workers already got out. You know what I mean? So the place
It's the
there is probably just
DCS.
trying to protect them.
It's the DCS office address.
Yeah,
That's
the caseworker's right here, allegedly. There's
No,
nothing.
that's the collector's name. That's who's collecting it. The urine.
right.
Oh,
Yeah, that's who's collecting. So she protect whoever redacted that protected the collector's name at the office.
And they also happen to have the same handwriting that Brittany does. So I guess they protected her handwriting too, right?
right. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Brittany said that's the caseworker. That's
No,
what Brittany said.
Well, that's not true. The collector's name is the person collecting the urine.
Shocker.
Okay, because Brittany
Imagine
said it
that.
was the same person, and that was the caseworker, so she covered it up.
Look under donor information.
That there's nothing checked.
Well, it's the fact that it says information about the person being tested. There's nothing to fill out. No name, no date of birth, and then it says donor identification verified by. What is there to verify in that box? Please tell me. I would like to know.
Well, they didn't verify it. What they did is I'm 100% sure what they did is they said we need to see your driver's license.
Okay, well that information was not even checked. First of all, that they should,
Right,
that
they should have
looked at her
checked the
driver's
photo
license.
ID box.
But it's the information. It's saying they used an ID, right? If they would have checked that one, that they used an ID to verify the information listed above was accurate.
Now,
There is no.
here's my other
information
question, Kim.
there.
And be real, I'm with you on this. Since when do you get tests like this, like a paper like this for a rapid test? They don't give you papers like this.
Most places don't
Especially if it's being
nowadays.
sent out elsewhere.
Right, most places don't. It's mostly electronic. But giving her again, playing devil's advocate, she does live in a small town.
Okay, that has nothing to do with standard drug forms.
She went to an occupational health.
At a hospital.
Well, it was not at, it was outside on the same premises as a hospital.
Okay.
It's not really part
Affiliated with
of
a
the hospital.
Affiliated with the hospital.
So, I mean, I don't doubt that. I mean, is there things wrong with it? Absolutely.
Where is her name? Please tell me where her name is written in the donor information box.
They put it in the notes under the donor verification.
So wouldn't it normally have a name blank to fill out, right?
Well, what they did is it says donor identification verified.
It's a
They
standard
should have checked the
form.
photo
It's
ID
a-
box. And
it's a
then it says
standard-
certification information under it. And then it's got her, I certify the specimen is from the donor, Brittany. And I hereby certify that I collected it. It was not altered. It was not messed with, any kind of stuff. And then they collected it and signed their name.
Okay, here's the problem. It's still the same. It's a standard fucking form. It's not like.
Here,
But
no,
I don't really, we can go back and forth on it. I'm just
Hold on.
saying.
Hold on. I think you is focusing on the wrong thing.
Yeah,
See,
I'm
I
just
don't care
saying.
about I don't even give a fuck about the donor. Here's my question. Why, all right, when you take a UA for whatever, they use the same urine sample for the rapid and then they send it out for whatever. Why would you have this yellow carbon copy, quote unquote, and this copy? That makes no fucking sense to me. What underneath is forensic drug tests and that's her fucking drug test. So why would you also have a yellow carbon copy of this when they're using the same fucking urine?
I'm not sure I'm following you. So she got 2 copies. How many copies was total though? How many carbon copies was there?
Okay, she claimed she got the yellow carbon copy of her drug test, which is this. And then she also claimed when she got the phone call that she got the white copy, which I'm assuming would be that, because the white copy of this says office only. So, because it says on the bottom of it, white copy office. So when she was talking to a lady on the phone, she said that she got the white copy and the yellow copy. But you would only have one chain of custody form. So that's why I just don't believe this is real. Because besides all the mistakes, the errors, what looks like whiteout.
So let me ask you this. So you think, so if that's not real, then where did the urine come from that did go to Quest and she got lab results on?
That I believe is a real drug test. I think that's what's underneath this paper. It says forensic drug testing, custody, and something. The one that's under this is a real drug test. I know she went for a drug test on the 9th. I know that, it was for CPS. None of that is debatable. But she came out with this one long after that, when people were getting on her about a drug test. Now, her latest drug test also says that it was entered. They got the sample on the 9th or whatever, and it was entered on the 11th. Well, she didn't produce this paper until the 27th. Bullshit. But this paper she had prior. And because she had it prior, that tells me a lot.
Because if she took it on the 9th, it was entered on the 11th, that means then that 48 hours, the MRO went over it, made sure everything was accurate, paperwork was validated, all of that, and then he submitted them to who ordered them, which would have been Department of Social Services.
Correct. And she tried to say
and still playing devil's advocate, if she had to, like she said, she had to wait on this social worker to get her the paperwork. I mean, that could play into how many, days were in between too, right?
But negative results you can get from the lab. All she had to do was call the lab. She didn't need to get it from CPS.
She cannot. She did not pay for them. They were not hers to be gave. Department of Social Services paid for them. They're the ordering people. It wasn't like Brittany went off the streets and said, hey, I'm here to take a drug test to prove people on the internet wrong. She was told to go there, ordered by Department of Social Services to be there. They paid the occupational therapist to do the urine. They paid Quest Lab. Therefore, they get it back. Like me, if I have to take a drug test for my employer, My employer is going to give me a time frame. I got to report to Medac, drop urine. My employer's going to get my results. 9 out of 10 times when I've been drawn random, I don't ever get the results because I know they're negative. I
That's
don't
what
never see them. So, no, she couldn't have gone to the lab and got them. They weren't
Okay.
hers to give.
Not go to the lab, but they are hers.
They're not hers.
Well,
They wasn't
she's
they
saying
wasn't
because
paid. It's
DCS
like
is
you
the
going
one that
into the
paid
store
it.
and buying a drink. That's your drink. Those labs were paid for by the Department of Social Services, not Brittany herself. So they
Okay.
belong to the Department of Social Services.
Let me ask you this. Why did Brittany, in her alleged text message conversation with her social worker, which she said she was in communication with, you know, throughout this process, which I found it odd that she had to tell the person that she had been communicating with that it was Brittany Jackson. Why did the alleged social worker reply that she could only take a picture of her results when she saw her? Would she not also be entitled to a copy of them?
No. Mm-mm.
How?
Okay.
No, it's her results.
They're
It's
not hers.
okay,
They
so let me
are
ask you
hers.
this.
It's her
They're
medical.
hers. They're hers by her name and her information. It's her urine. But she did not pay that bill. They
Okay, let
belong
me
to the
ask you
Department of
this.
Social Services to the state of North Carolina. They don't belong to her. Now, it'd been different had Brittany gone in the lab and said, hey, I want to do this to clear my name on the internet. I'm going to pay you $350 out of pocket, and I want you to draw my urine and tell me what's in it. Then the LabCorp Quest, they gave her labs, no questions asked. It came through a portal. But instead of coming to her through a portal, that went to the Department of Social Services because they were the person, as you see, on that verification form, they are who ordered that test. That is who's going to get the results.
Okay, let me ask you this. If Brittany knew she was going to be showing these drug test results, right?
Right.
Okay. Why was her picture so blurry? Why do you think that was?
I don't know. I can't answer for that. And like I said, I
mean,
don't watch
let me just
Brittany
ask
like
you,
that.
I just would love a good explanation for why somebody with a brand new fucking phone, fancy ass phone, even at that, would take such a, knowing that they're going to be showing it. Why is that? Wouldn't you say that
And
that's a
that's
terrible picture?
and you're talking about the new labs that she just got.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
ones that
Because
look like
I
you're drunk.
understood also what she was trying to say the other night about the first test. I didn't mean for it to get out. And everybody's like, now you're not taking accountability. I seen what she was saying. She just snapshotted it. Hey, didn't know that she was going to have to be perfect with it. She snapshotted it. She sent it to her mods to say, hey, this is it. She didn't know a couple of days later, somebody was, the chat was going to get stirred up and start demanding. I got what she was trying to say, and I see what you was trying to say.
Let me ask you this: are you an RN? Someone asked.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Do I work in offices? No, I work for the prison system.
Okay.
So.
So let me ask you this. Why do you think, let's go back to some other stuff that was interesting. So if you look at the like drug test results, okay? There is like which ones were tested and compare it to the ones that she said were tested on what she showed yesterday. She said fentanyl, she was tested for fentanyl. However, that's not on there. Benzodiazepines are checked off as negative. However, they're not on there. I mean, how many more do we have?
MDMA is not checked, and that was tested, at the main one.
Correct.
It's just why there's so many reasons why I
So
believe
the
this
list right
is fake.
here is what you're saying she was tested for on the new lab as well, or no?
No,
The
no.
same with the same urine.
Same urine, different drugs. Some of them were the same, but on the one from Quest, methamphetamine is correct. It's written correctly. This also says tricyclic or whatever, antidepressant,
Tricyclic
not
antidepressant.
tested. Don't know if they were tested. MDMA says not tested. It was tested from Quest. And I
Also,
just
she said she was going to LabCorp too. She had an hour to be at LabCorp, but she went to occupational health. That's another thing.
but to me, benzos, certain thing here, like, all right, here's a good example. Amphetamines, meth dash amphetamine. That would never happen. It is amphetamines and methamphetamine, but there wouldn't be a dash there. I didn't even catch that amphetamines was right above it.
Yeah.
And the new lab has the dash in it too, correct?
No,
No.
the new lab has it correctly.
It's amphetamine. Okay, drugs tested: fentanyl, amphetamines, barbiturates, cocaine metabolites, marijuana, THC metabolites, MDMA. It looks like oxycodone / morphine and acetylmorphine, opioxycodone, and then phencyclidine. So we're missing methadone. We're missing benzodiazepines. We're missing, like, do we have let's see, which other ones are we missing? We're missing, let's see, fentanyl. Fentanyl was not on there. Even as an option. You see those problems?
See, my issue too
Yeah, I
is
see
that
what y'all are saying. I just don't know that lab, so I just don't want to misspeak. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. LabCorp is here. We don't really deal a lot with Quest, so I'm not.
It doesn't matter. I mean, how many?
I see what y'all are saying. I do.
Do you honestly? What are some of the most addictive substances aside from opiates?
Wait, before you even answer that, here's my issue. The person that called CPS, according to what they said, they're not saying that she's speeding out. So
Right.
I can't imagine why they would pick meth and all these speeders over her when they said that she was falling asleep unalive. She's nodding out. Well, how do you then not test her for all of the drugs that would make her do that?
Right.
That's what I don't understand. And that's what makes no fucking sense to me.
Right. Because with her nodding out, the first thing I thought was methadone, Suboxone, Subutex.
Well, they never even tested for Suboxone. They didn't test for methadone either, although it's checked as negative on there.
Xanax, Klonopin.
Yep.
Correct.
Those are drugs that come to
Xanax and
mind when I see
Klonopin are
somebody
gonna be
nodding off like
benzos.
that.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's like something doesn't add up because, okay, so let's say she got lucky and they just didn't test her for that. Well, if it's on your instant test, then they tested you for it for a reason. So now you're going to send it to the lab and they're just going to totally ignore it? That makes no sense.
And not even say it was tested for? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it ain't happening.
Not unless there's another sheet to that drug test
That's
that
what
she's
I
not
said.
showing.
That's exactly what I said. Could there
But
be?
it should say somewhere on that paper she showed 1 of 2, 1 of 1. That's the only thing I can think of is there's a second page to the test, maybe.
It was too blurry. She
Mhm.
made sure it was very blurry. There's no way you can even see if it was a page 1 or 2. But it did say negative for the drug she just named.
Yeah.
But it was like written out, collection, date collected. I mean, it wasn't written out like this.
It didn't say that it was. It didn't show. I'll say this: it did not show that it had a second page. It would usually say page 1 of 2, but it
Right.
doesn't say page 1 of 2. So that leads me to believe that what she showed as the medical review officer final report was a single page and a single document. There was no page 2. That's why also the doctor's signature was at the end of it.
Yeah, that makes sense too. I don't
Doctor
know.
signed off at
I
the
mean,
end
is
of
it
it.
questionable? Yes. I mean, I've said that. It's questionable. The clips I've seen, I said first thing, Suboxone, Subutex. I
Especially
lean
from
more
somebody that
towards,
has a history of addiction and has a history, according to her own words, of once being on maintenance medications.
right. But when I went over to, because I believe it was Granny's Watching who put that out there. And
No,
I'm all about
Brittany put
proof
that
and
out there.
receipts.
Brittany has put that out there herself.
I've never heard it until Granny's Watching put it out there. And when I asked Granny's Watching for the receipts,
Brittany said
because
it,
if
I believe,
Brittany
in her
said
live
it,
tonight too.
then there's
Brittany
a
is,
clip somewhere. I mean, because they clip
I think
everything
she
that
said
girl
it on
says.
live tonight. I'll see if I can find it, a timestamp on it.
And Granny's Watching said, I think it's a stream she deleted 3 years ago. I don't know where the proof's
let
at.
me ask you this too, because her reason for, let me ask you, okay, she has a stack of drug tests around her house, she said. How many times do you know of individuals who are not in pain management programs? And I'm not talking about your like cortisone shots, Brittany, or massage therapy, but how many like medication maintenance programs, wouldn't those be require regular drug testing?
Yes.
Okay. So why does Brittany say that she has a stack of drug tests around her house? Like,
I said about 2 weeks ago, that's weird.
yeah,
Because for her
it
to,
is
if
weird.
she is on maintenance, absolutely, here in North Carolina, you have to take a drug test every time you go to that office.
Sure do.
It depends on if you get take-home doses or you're getting your prescription, because we have both here.
All right. Let's also,
Methadone, you get take-homes if you got a rapport there with the clinic. If you go to a doctor and get Suboxone or Subutex, then you get a script. So if she's getting a script, then absolutely, she's having to drop urine every 30 days, and sometimes in between if they call you in for a pill count and a random.
hey,
So
Cinnamon
yes, she would
Bear,
have a lot of drug tests.
Cinnamon Bear, can you get the timestamp on that for me? Because I was listening to it when she admitted to being on maintenance in her live tonight. I just don't know what the timestamp is.
Well, it doesn't matter. She's privated a stream.
That's good because we've got it backed up on Rumble. So try all you want, Brittany.
There's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, does she lie? Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I don't know why she would
Well,
lie about being on maintenance if she is. It's not. I mean, what has she got to hide?
well, a lot apparently. Let's see. Can Let me ask you this too. How often do you know of somebody that has sciatica that gets knee injections to relieve their sciatica? Monthly knee injections?
No.
Isn't
Okay.
sciatica your back?
Yes,
Correct,
but it
Laura.
can run down. It can run down into your leg.
Okay, let me
But
ask
to
you
get
this.
them every month, no.
All right, let's also talk about, let me ask you this. How many times is it healthy to get steroid injections monthly, or would a doctor even give you monthly steroid injections in your knees?
No, because of the tissues and stuff. No.
Thank you very much. I rest my case. Brittany, you're a fucking liar. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. Try your lies on somebody else.
So when she got called out for the Subutex strip or the Suboxone strip,
Yes.
did she
She
show?
literally
Did
did
she?
all the fucking
Did she come on camera and say, no, this is what it is? Or she just let it lay?
That the night that she got called out for it, she fucking deflected and did everything that you would expect someone not to do. She was, she literally like kind of laughed it off and did exactly what she needed. She knew she needed to fucking buy time to figure out what the fuck she was gonna say, and that's exactly what the fuck she did. She had the exact fucking opposite reaction of anybody that is, would have those in her thing. Also, can you show her in the picture that she took of her holding a gun, showing it off? There was also a package that looked very freaking similar to the same package that she was holding in her hand the other night. I say, if people are giving her too much credit and thinking that it was intentional, no. I think Brittany was just so fucking high she didn't even realize she had done it.
Right. That's possible too.
Especially, I don't know what she was talking about was fucking gnomes. Like,
yeah, I think I was
fucking
watching a clip of Jay for Justice when she did that. It's about the gnome in the yard that Craig gave away or
yeah,
something.
that was just hilarious, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or did she look high?
Or that you didn't even know something was missing out of your yard.
All right, right here.
She said she did Boston. She said she went monthly.
How long ago did she say she was on maintenance?
She said she's on 3 years ago, I think.
But she said it in her live tonight.
I just find that hard to believe she's already off maintenance that quick. Most people don't come off of maintenance that quick.
Correct. They usually taper, don't they?
They absolutely have to taper off or she's going to be in some severe withdrawals because Subutex and Suboxone and methadone is just as bad as heroin with withdrawals, if not worse.
And sometimes it's interesting because right around the time, like before she's about to go, usually, she will usually start complaining of nausea and, the symptoms that are typically associated with being like dope sick.
Yeah, I didn't know if she had been on maintenance because, like I said, I'd never seen the evidence. But if she's saying 3 years,
Yeah, she said. Someone said tonight. She said 3 years ago.
yeah, she's.
But she denied that too.
You can get high from Suboxone, Boston. It is possible. People are. It is. I hate to tell you, like, you can definitely get high from Suboxone.
With Suboxone, it's harder to do it because of the
but you
naloxone in
certainly
it.
can.
But
Especially if
a
you're mixing
lot
it
of
with other
people are going back to Subutex, which does not have the blocker in it. And you absolutely can get high if you're overdosing on it or
Exactly.
taking other medications with it.
Correct. That's where I come up with the benzodiazepines not being marked as tested for and negative and nowhere on the final report.
Yeah.
What are you going to ask her, Boston?
I think you can get high from anything if you want to try hard enough.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No one's really on you don't go on maintenance meds for a really short time. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I mean, because you have to get it in your body, and then you have to go to therapy. You have to do either individual therapy or you have to do a group therapy. Like, the doctors just don't write scripts and send you out the door. Like, you have to go through a lot of stuff to be on maintenance.
And
I mean, urine test, pill counts.
gabapentin has been recently, like, that's another drug.
They're overdosing on that too.
A lot of people are abusing gabapentin these days,
Yep.
which is why it was just moved to a Schedule 5.
Yep.
Previously, it was not a controlled substance.
People were using it here to get off of drugs, for the withdrawals.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, like, that's one of mine. When I narcotics count at the hospital, I would have to count my gabapentin, because of that.
I mean, for her to fall asleep as fast as she falls asleep, that ain't normal.
Nope. Not normal at all.
It's not normal. I mean, just in mid-sentence, just, start snoring. That's not normal. So I'm not disputing she ain't on something, but I don't know what.
Hold on, but Boston, that's also your brain, because like I've never gotten quote unquote high on Adderall, but if I've seen people taking Adderall, and I wish I could get like them. They're fucking speeding. So it's just a matter of your own body. Someone might get high off something that someone else wouldn't.
Well, and some people build a tolerance to it. So, and
What
that's where
about
you get into taking more and a little bit more and a little bit more, because 8 milligrams once a day might have did okay for you in the beginning, but after 6 or 7 months, that 8 milligrams, now you need 16 milligrams, one in the morning and one at night. Then it turns into 3 a day, and it just progresses, like that. If you don't have control of it, and your mental status isn't, I want to get off of this stuff one day. But to say you were just on it and you've come off of it within 3 years, ugh.
what, Boston? What do you want me to stop saying about knee injections? Because you don't get knee injections that often, because doctors are not going to go in there and give you knee injections the way Brittany's talking about it. She said she goes monthly. Boston, I don't know if you were like busy blocking people during that time or something, occupied in some other way, but she absolutely said she goes monthly.
Hold on, drama. She said tonight that she took maintenance meds in the past. We're not saying she said it today. She said it in the past, that she was on maintenance drugs in the past. She just said it again tonight.
Yeah, because I've heard her say, I've never been on anything. I've never done drugs.
Correct. Well,
So
she
that's
said
why I wanted the receipts before I just assumed or what. So I went over to Granny's channel and I left a comment, and she can vouch for it. And she responded just tonight. And I said, hey, I know you accused her of it. Do you have a receipt of that by chance? Because I would love to see it. And she came back and said, no, I don't have it. It was years ago she said it, and she's took a lot of her videos down. I wouldn't even know where to go or something like that. So I just let it lay. Because, I mean, it's really not that big of a deal to me. It's not my life, but I don't want to accuse her of something or have the mindset if I didn't hear it myself.
let me just do this, because we also have some other stuff that just got sent to me.
Well, I can tell you that I know that fucking test is fake. The first one, not the second
Laura,
one.
where do you want me to send? I'll send them to you in Discord.
There's nothing that's going to convince me that first drug test was real. Nope.
I'll put them in the main room because I want everybody to fucking see them.
And the sad thing is Brittany, she lies so much that
Brittany
even
would
if
know
you
the
wanted
truth
to
if it
believe her, it's hard to. I mean, I used to watch her back, not too long ago, but then I started seeing the pattern. And so it's hard to believe her when she says it's real, you want to, but I mean, it's hard to. And what did it in for me is when she fell asleep and blamed the kid when you were snoring.
Hey, I'm gonna send you a message too, but about this, privately.
Okay, what is this?
These are drug test results that she showed tonight of Craig's.
Oh, this is Craig?
Yeah, but check your private messages first too before you show them. But she showed them.
Okay, so before we even go anywhere, let me tell you the first thing I notice. This is an instant test. This is different than hers.
Mm-hmm.
But
Does
it's
it
the
say where
same
he took his?
style.
The same place.
It-
The same form.
I think the top is cut off.
Well, there's
But
several pictures I posted.
it's definitely different.
So what's your opinion on the nurse conversation? You don't believe that call? Because let me just, I was,
Oh, no, I
yeah,
believe
it's fake, it's fake. And then I heard the call and I was like,
I don't think that call's fake. I thought the call was real.
okay. Because I did too. And then after that, her prolonging to show it, and you kept saying, if you got them, just show them. It'll all end. Just show it. It'll all end. And she kept sitting on it and sitting. And I'm like, eh. So, yeah,
All right.
that's when
So
I started swaying again.
he was not tested for benzo, perp or whatever, MDMA, tricycle antidepressants, and he was positive for pot.
Which would have said like confirmed was checked on that one.
Just pot. That's it.
So you see how his is different than hers. So they tested her for different stuff than him. So that's what I was saying. It probably went based off, okay, we got a phone call. This is what they're accusing you of, and this is what we're going to need you to do. But let me say this. If they said that and Brittany came back and said, well, I have a prescription for Subutex. I have a prescription for Suboxone.
Yes.
I have a prescription for Xanax. They're not going to test her for that stuff.
No, they are going to test her to make sure she's they'll test her, but that's where the MRO comes in play. Then the MRO is going to say, okay, you tested positive for Xanax.
Yeah, but it kind of depends. If Brittany had say a bottle at her house and was able to show the social worker in the moment.
Let me finish. Hold on. Okay, because there's a difference between you can still have a prescription and still abuse them. So that's where they would check for levels. Okay, so then it's going to be sent off to the MRO. The MRO is going to check for levels. Then they're going to contact the patient, ask for their script number. This is by experience.
Right.
They're going to ask for the script number. They're going to ask for the pharmacy that it's filled at. Then they're going to contact that pharmacy, verify that there's an active script number, and verify how the prescription is written so that the levels, to see if the levels align with, how the prescription is written, if that makes sense.
It does. Yeah, absolutely.
And then they're going to mark it as negative to the people that they're reporting the results to, because the person had a prescription for that medication. But what I find interesting too, Laura, is in one of the screenshots I sent you, how of her showing Craig's, she showed the collection date and time.
I agree.
That was not shown in hers. Can you show that screenshot of where
hold on.
it shows the collection date and time? Like the more focused in one, I guess.
Hold on.
That's where I had an issue too. I felt like I didn't feel like Moon, when she was coming up with this, was looking at some, when she said March, I don't feel like she pulled that out of her ass.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
This is why you don't lie, Brittany.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm wondering,
Brittany was in the chat when Moon
why would you show? Yeah, she was.
She said
why would you show? No, why would you show his all the way and not yours?
Well,
that's my other question.
Bing bong, as somebody would say.
Right. I think she should have came out with the first test and showed the whole thing.
Well, she didn't, and there's a
Yep.
reason
Right.
for
And
it.
she probably should have did that. If you're going to tell the story that, hey, I just took a quick screenshot, it wasn't meant for the public, it was only for my mods, and then I went into a chat, I was being accused, my mod said, screw this, I'm sending it to Angela or
Moon's not even a
Moon,
mod.
you know, then I could see that. But once you got backlash on, hey, where's the, you know, the date, the time, where's the whole sheet? She should have dropped another screenshot.
Well, she could, in my opinion, she couldn't because.
But didn't she say she didn't have the forms right then? All she took was a screenshot of the forms at the office?
No, she said she had the. She said she had the copy. It was literally sitting on the forensic chain of custody form on her keyboard.
Mm. Yeah,
So,
she should have took that would have probably put a little bit to rest. And that's what
well,
I'm saying. When Laura, you know, was like, hey, just drop it. Like, if it's legit, it's legit. And I'll eat my words, you know. It puzzled me why she wouldn't just drop it.
because I don't think that it
If you can screenshot it and send it to your mods, and if your mods are going to put it out, now I'm all about what she does is her business. It shouldn't even be a thing about what she's doing in her home. It shouldn't. But she put it out there. And she opened that door. You know, so that gives people the right to question it. Had her mods or whoever, she gave it to Moon, whatever. Had she had not done that, then I could say, well, I mean, why are we really stressing about it? But she put it out there for people to dissect, for people to look at, for people to see.
well,
So
the
she
thing
kind of
is
asked
that
for it.
she's full of people that are like Amy Lynn who just blindly believe anything. Amy Lynn, she could tell you that the sky was fucking green and you would believe it. Brittany's word is not gospel. Let's be real.
But at the end of the day, she's always going to have supporters. That's just how this platform is.
I mean, there's done. I mean, I'm not. Her, she's absolutely lying and taking advantage of them. I like whatever. I guess give all your money. Like be it, you know. Let Brittany behind the scenes act like she didn't sit in Moon's chat while Moon literally said some of this vile fucking shit I've ever heard, ever said about child SA. She knew exactly what was being said. Enough said that she messaged Boston and told her, "Hey, Moon's dropping the N-word. Be careful, Boston." Right? But she didn't hear what was being said when they were talking about SA of a child, and Moon was saying, you know, something about laying on your back and yeah.
Yeah, I think I heard a clip of that somewhere. It was about the
and Brittany was in
truth
chat
or
while it
something.
happened. Yep, Brittany was in chat, hearing it right along.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of it she asked for. I mean,
And
and
they
I
both
mean,
said they took
yeah, you know, I say 10 people on one, that was a lot. You know, I kind of didn't like seeing that. But then again, I mean, she just keeps asking for it. She just keeps, you know, like you said, supporting that kind of stuff, being in those chats, falling asleep on her live. I mean, she's got to know people are going to come after that.
Well, and then she will say she'll give every excuse in the book except for the truth. You know, how many trees can somebody have fall in their yard?
But here's what I think.
My internet went out. Shit. She obviously still has trees because they blurred them out on Google Maps.
Let me tell you, hear me out. I never believed the dark side when they say she asks for it. I was like, that's the biggest bunch of bullshit I ever heard. But you know what? I now know why they say it. Look at his test. She showed everything. Did she not show everything on hers because she wanted people to talk about her? Because
right, that's what I'm saying. She asked for it.
Yeah, she wanted.
And she also the date on that test
because she could have shut it down showing the full picture.
I agree.
and it would have been no questions asked.
I agree.
But then she sat on it. And like you said, the test was on the 9th. It was reported by the MRO on the 11th.
Yeah.
That social worker had it on the 11th.
She said they
And then
went
she
together.
sat on it for 2 weeks.
Hey, she said they went together, and then this test is dated. Collection
The
test
10th.
date is 9/10.
So they went on different days.
Yeah, they went on different days.
Well,
He went after
that,
her.
Either that or she lied about it being about the day that she went.
No, because it said the collection day is the 9th.
Well, it was too blurry to really tell. I mean, when I when I sharpened it up, you couldn't really get like a definitive date on it, and that was by intent. Like, I think there was a reason to that.
But like, here's another thing. All right, see, here's a lie that I don't understand. You can tell from Craig's test, he signed it because that signature is different than the rest. This
Brittany-
guy, the whoever collected, looks like they filled in the rest, but his signature is different, which is
Correct.
fine. That's how it
Mhm.
should be.
Right.
Brittany is turn around. Oh, I only filled my name and this, but the whole thing is exact. Like, you can tell his signature is different than that guy's signature. But you could tell this guy signed all this stuff, wrote all this stuff, and then Craig's signature is different. So why did Brittany have to lie about that? Brittany, why don't you just say either you filled it all out or they filled it all out and you just signed it? But your paper, everything is identical. Like, that is totally the same handwriting.
Yep.
So, like, little lies like that, why would you lie about something so stupid? Because you want people to talk about you. That's why.
And because she's got something to hide, in my opinion, as well. Let's not dance around that.
Or she doesn't have it, because if they tested her the same way if they tested her the same way they tested Craig, why would you hide those negatives?
Right.
Why would you hide the non-confirmed or not tested? Why not just fucking write not tested?
She made a big deal about them both going to take the drug test together. She even said how she talked about how embarrassed she was that she had to pee in front of somebody. How many times are usually, and she had to take all of her stuff and lock it in a box and all that stuff. And, they had to check and make sure she had nothing on her. Well, if that's the case, usually they just have it to where there's a tablet in the toilet where, you can't mix the toilet water in with your pee and dilute it down.
Right.
But, and then no sink in there, so you can't do it that way either. But they're usually not observed. Why was she saying hers was observed? Let's also not forget, Brittany said she took an in-home drug test as well.
Well,
Yeah,
she says she's got several drug tests, stacks of them.
Yeah. And I don't know anybody that has stacks of them laying around, except for if they're getting on maintenance medications.
Right. Or
You
some
don't get
kind of
them
controlled
for cortisone
substance.
injections in your knees. Contrary, whatever your mods want to come up with that, I would love, explain drug testing for cortisone injections, please. I would love that.
So here's my other thought that is possible. Because she knew they weren't testing her for the very drugs that people assumed she was on, she marked those as negative and then photocopied it. Because why wouldn't they test her the same as his? Why would there be different negatives? They wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like I said, the caseworker could have met with her and Craig, and they could have told him their story. This caseworker had allegations. I don't know what the allegations were. And Brittany could have said, "Hey, I got prescriptions."
But that's not up to the caseworker.
Well, it is up to the caseworker.
Well,
the caseworker don't even have to drug test them at all.
No, hold on. Let's go back to this. On her test, it said it was for the reason was listed as random selection.
Right, meaning that the social worker randomly picked what she wanted Brittany to be tested for.
They
That's what
test
that means.
you to make sure, especially when they're things like highly addictive prescriptions, that you are not abusing them. They still test your levels of those. They're not going to be like,
Sometimes
oh,
they
well,
do
you
and
have a.
sometimes they don't. Not if Brittany said, hey, I've
Oh
been on
my
this stuff for
gosh.
5 years. I got doctor's records. You can
Do you
contact my
think?
doctor.
Oh my.
I mean, we don't know what that conversation consisted of.
Well, obviously, what Brittany has fucking said, I think we can both agree hadn't been a lot of truth.
Right. But you got to know the DSS going in there blindly. So I'm sure they were
Well, and
throwing
they're
it
not
on
also
that
a
social worker.
medical professional. How many times do people tell the truth to CPS? Let's be honest.
Not very often, but
Okay.
a lot of them snowball them too. So, I mean, like the marijuana thing, DSS ain't going to take your kids for smoking pot. So, and they knew that.
Are. Like, I'm just saying, Brittany is lying about things, and you have to say, why is she fucking lying to people? Why is
There's definitely something going on with Brittany. I mean, like I
why
said,
is
you
she
don't
not
fall
like?
asleep in mid-sentence. You don't fall asleep, wake up,
Roll
answer
back.
yourself, and you didn't even ask a question, but you're answering it.
She read. I thought I literally had to ask myself the other night when she was doing her quote unquote true crime, because it was right after Laura had done a live, and then she just did not even address it or whatever. She just did true crime. I was like, am I like delusional at this point, or has she not read the same thing like 5 times now on the David and Celeste deep dive that she was doing? I thought I was hallucinating at that point. She kept reading it over and over and over. Also, can you tell me this? What are some side effects of opiates?
Being on them or coming off of them?
Just like, taking them. Do they make you like?
It just depends by the person. Like Percocet, some people, get perked up, gives energy. Some people it puts down on the couch, depending on how many they take or how often they've been on them.
Is itching a common side effect of opiates?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember how many times Brittany would always say, I'm scratching my, like, when something would go wrong or whatever, she'd be like, I'm itching my leg. We had the
she
mouse.
bends. Yeah, she bends down where the camera can't catch her and, uses that. I think she's been oversleeping, but.
Well, and she, I'm sorry, I was scratching my leg. And then she's always itching. Lately it's been scratching her head, it's one side effect. And then also a side effect too is sometimes the taste of maintenance medications like a sublingual Suboxone is not going to leave a great taste in your mouth. So you're going to be, slurping on a Slurpee.
Wait, hold on a second. But Laughter, you're saying that all 10 tests are the same. But when I look it up, they didn't test her for half of these. When I look up what drugs are on a 10-panel test, marijuana, cocaine, amphetamines, opiates, PCP, benzos, barbiturates, methadone, proxy, and methaqualone, they didn't test her for half of those. Yeah. They tested her for fentanyl. They tested her for a couple of other things. They never tested her for methadone. They never tested her for benzos. So I don't know.
Itching is a very common reaction, though, to opiates.
And I'm not saying, but I mean, like at the doctor's office with the rapid test, they're going to use that generic form, like breaking it down, fentanyl, oxycodone, oxycontin. They're going to break all that stuff down in layman terms. that maybe, just being devil's advocate again, maybe some of those fell under different categories on the lab test through the lab. Maybe fentanyl fell under opioids.
Wouldn't you?
You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, then let me ask you this. If they're gonna send these, if that's the lab that they use and they're contracted to send their stuff off to, wouldn't they use a form that would match the test that they're requesting?
Right. I would think so, yes.
That would
That's why I'm like, maybe they, it got categorized under. I don't know.
well,
I've not had a lot of experience with Quest. We use LabCorp
usually
95% of the time.
you for consistency purposes, so that there's no room for argument, especially when you're dealing with like government agencies like CPS.
Yeah, because they would have had to have sent her negative results to the MRO so he could dig into those negative results to make sure they were negative and validate them.
Or what needs to be confirmed as well.
Right.
Had she been positive for opiates?
Right.
Or positive for Suboxone. Like, let's not even forget was buprenorphine misspelled on his test, Laura? I didn't look.
Well, hold on. You know what I just discovered? And it was a point you made. You said that when on her test, they're not going to use an X up here and a line down here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. His has a line through both sides. They have a line through the negative confirm, and they also have a line over in range.
Yeah.
They're not flipping between the X's and the.
I know.
I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I there's not a lot that, like, I could look at that and I saw red flag. I mean, it was like banners. Okay. Like, I look at, this isn't something that, like I said, if you don't deal with this shit every day, or you're not used to looking at drug test results, or you're not familiar with the MRO process and things like that, then but I mean, I saw obvious signs of, and like I said, I pointed the handwriting out immediately.
Yeah, you see, there's a line. They use lines. I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't. Bupra, whatever.
And then they also, on his form, don't show that part, but if you look too on like the verification, they also checked something for that, and the name wasn't.
See, but his is also spelled wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why they're using I mean,
right. It could be just errors in their forms. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that it was a rep. To me, it doesn't sound like it's a reputable type place that I would want to go. But
no, I wouldn't.
I mean,
no offense, but you couldn't pay me to pee there.
Right. I mean, and then, it could be she went on the 9th, he went on the 10th. Well, Susie did hers, and Cody did his. So Cody has a different way of filling out forms than, I do. I mean, but in all honesty, I wouldn't go there.
Unfortunately, her story is they both went together.
Right. Well, we now know that's not true. Because his couldn't have been on the 10th and hers been on the 9th, and they'd be there at the same time.
Right.
Because you're not going to convince me somebody dated it wrong too. Now that's just getting a little weird.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, actually, I think you could probably convince Amy Lynn, if she's still in here, that they just dated it wrong and didn't know what day it was. I mean, honestly, some of these people, Brittany could say, I have an oceanfront property in Montana, and they'll fucking be willing to fucking buy it. And that's sad. I don't know why we have this let's just blindly believe everything this creator tells us. But I'm sorry, like, when you see fucking red flags, use your little God-given brains or whatever, like, use your brain. Critical, like, Brittany was ragging on people for not, like, their lack of critical thinking skills. Brittany, you don't want me to think critically. I promise you that. I could fucking annihilate you if I really wanted to with this drug test. You just better be glad that I was distracted with Alabama football.
Yeah, I know that it's not tested on regular panels, but it wasn't tested anywhere, which I just find very odd.
It's correct. I mean, it's all just.
Yeah,
And
it's all weird.
I still think her other test is faked or forged somehow. His makes sense.
You honestly think that she's smart enough, not talking ugly about her, but smart enough, and that she would do something like that and risk getting caught, knowing that somebody from YouTube is gonna call? I mean, we know that to be a fact. They're gonna call.
Yeah, but she couldn't get caught with what I'm talking about. Let's say she tested positive for methadone or
Right.
for, I don't know, something that wasn't tested. I don't know. But let's say she tested something over here. She didn't show this. She only showed this. So we don't know if it was confirmed or not tested. And the fact that his has a line and then the line matches, because hers had X's and then a line, and the lines are really big. The handwriting was the same, where his is not. There's just too many little things. And why was Benzo not tested?
If you've noticed too, I always like to look at what I point out and what people choose to address and how they respond to it. Okay, that's always very key. And like the way that Brittany's reaction was not these, she couldn't defend any of that. And there's a reason why, because it was her fucking handwriting. She couldn't attack any of that. And it's very interesting to me to see how she reacted to the things that Laura and I pointed out about the test and what she used to attack. Instead of attacking the argument, all Brittany did was attack us. She accused me of being Brittany, which I will tell you, I'm going to give you one last warning. You repeat what some nincompoop that named Vibrator said on a damn panel without any fucking proof again regarding any accusations about me, and I promise you'll have you're walking yourself right into a fucking trap, because I don't fucking play when it comes to that shit. I'm not a drug addict, bitch. Sorry.
Hang on.
But she couldn't attack the argument, so she attacked the person. That's called an ad hominem attack. So for those of you that don't know, that's what you do when it's like a logical fallacy in an argument. When you're losing an argument, you just attack the person.
Right. A lot of these people on here do that, though. My gosh. Every time I turn around, it's the looks for me. I'm like, daggone. And a lot of them ain't got no room to talk about nobody's looks now. But once you start doing that, you lose the argument right out the gate.
Exactly. Attack what I'm saying. Attack what I'm saying.
Right. Attack the facts and the argument itself.
Right. What she did instead was repeat something that I think she knows a little bit better to know, especially I've put it out there. I put out the whole conversation between Vibrator and it's my understanding she knows Vibrator very well too. So I almost kind of feel like maybe that whole thing was, I don't know. It's very interesting. I'll say that. I think an intentional attempt to discredit me by some of the people that Brittany has surrounded herself with, like the Green Team and Tony and people like that, because they've tried to come after me for a while.
So yeah,
they
that's why
can't.
I'm not knee deep in this stuff. I used to be. God knows I've gone live. I've done it all. But these people get crazy on here, and it's
Yeah.
not worth all that to me. I got a life outside of YouTube. I'll hide in the bushes, but I don't. Ugh, yeah. I mean, like, I don't believe people should be calling CPS on her. And, you know, I've done my dirt back in the day on YouTube and been involved in stuff on this platform. But at the end of the day, we really,
Well,
from what we
there's
can see in the little bit that she's live,
well,
say
what
3
about, let me
hours,
ask
4
you
hours
this.
out of a 24-hour day, we really can't say what
Let me
type of
ask you
parent these
this.
people are.
What did you, well, what about the TikTok that Craig did where he's clearly drinking beer and intoxicated and waving a gun around?
Absolutely. That was wrong. And absolutely, they should have known somebody was going to call about that. There's children involved, the safety of children.
Damn right. So, I mean,
That's what I'm saying. A lot of it she asked for, you know, and I was like, Laura, in the beginning, I was feeling bad for her. You know, I was on the bandwagon like you're dogpiling her. But watching here and there and seeing this and seeing that,
I
I'm
mean,
like,
the things she was talking about in front with her child in this on the sofa in the background tonight, I thought was, you know, I'm like,
well, that's what did me in. I mean, I was a member over there for a little while, and that's what did me in the night that she fell asleep and the little boy hollered at for like 3 different times.
and
And
she
then
told
she
him,
woke up and she scolded him and tried to make it out like she wasn't. That was, you know, that was it for me. And I'm like, there, you know, whether it's drugs or a medical condition, something's not right. You don't fall asleep like that. I'm a single mom, and it's all new to me, only for 4 years. So, and I had to work full time and come home and do mama duties, and you know, and got 2 grown children. So if I'm falling asleep like that, that's a problem.
She ain't fucking falling asleep.
That's what I'm saying.
No
You're
way.
not that tired, and you don't even work. So you can't
Exactly.
convince me you're that exhausted
I totally agree.
that you're falling asleep in mid-sentence. Or she'll wake up and answer a question that she didn't even ask.
Exactly. And
Or
then
she'll say,
fall right back in.
wow, that's crazy. What's
Yeah.
crazy? You ain't said nothing in 5 minutes.
Yep. And then fall right back out 2 seconds later. But yeah, you're
and
falling
then
asleep.
repeat the same thing that you just said. Or like, she would, whenever she wasn't on camera, she would play through. I think she honestly hasn't gotten YouTube Premium because the damn commercials are there to wake her up.
And then
You
a
know?
lot of them know with the money situation, there's so many on here that do it. And they don't have to show receipts. They're not going to show receipts. So that just opens the door for the next one to use that as their excuse. Well, why are you asking me for receipts when they don't have to show receipt? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
I
it
agree.
seems like everybody on here now, I mean, that was looked upon 4 or 5 years ago. You didn't do stuff like that because people were going to dig into it.
I agree.
Well, the
Now
thing is,
it's
with
normal.
the trazodone or Ambien, the thing is, she does this also during the day. And nobody takes Ambien at, you know, nobody with an Ambien prescription is going to be taking it to fall asleep during her rare live streams during the day. She's still doing the nods. So,
See, all right, here's my other question. Just curious. Why, if they both had, I want to say, professional drug tests done, why is she showing this of both of them? Why not show Craig's final result?
there's
Like,
a good question as well.
every single thing she does is because she wants people talking. I'm
Right.
convinced of this. Craig got a final result too. Why didn't you just show that? Why are you showing this? I don't know. Just something is not right. I just don't know what it is.
Well, there's
Right.
a
I
lot.
agree.
Honestly, I don't know.
She's,
There's a lot.
but at this point, she's got to keep it going.
I think
I
she's
agree.
also trying to
You
distract.
know,
I think she also is trying to distract. Let's not forget about the fact that she has had people that literally gave what Brenda Stapleton, didn't you? If you're listening, Brenda, didn't you give $1,500 to BJ for her lawyer?
See,
And
and
then
that's what the
we
dark
had
side is
Boston.
saying.
We had Boston. Then we have the Give Send Go money. Then let's talk about the mods and how much the mods contributed financially to the $8,000 that she said she needed to pay. So let's that's well over $8,000. Brittany, are you trying to distract from people wondering about how much money you actually collected
Yeah,
for this lawyer? I mean, you
that's
said
what the
you show
dark side
receipts.
says.
Let's see all the receipts, Brittany. But you won't do that. I promise you that. You won't do that. You'll have mods. And who are the one? Let me tell you, I'm gonna just tell these mods. This is something that I don't know if y'all have thought about this, but Brittany uses you guys as her source of, you can ask my mods. They were on the call with me when I talked to the attorney. That is do you realize that opens you up? Brittany is putting your asses on the line. Okay. Like I'm just going to be, y'all are going to be,
well,
it's not going to be good.
she put him in the cease and desist.
Damn right she did. Well,
They can't even be in there. You can't stick up for your mods. It's so stupid. That's not the way the law works.
But she also knows you got this one over here that's collected funds. This one's collected funds. No receipts, no receipts, no receipts, no receipts. So she knows that that's what she's going to fall back on.
Yep.
Well,
and not saying she's wrong. Rightfully so. I'd fall back on it too.
I agree.
And whose ass is covered in the end, and who gets exposed? All y'all that, Ivy League flight nurse, Carolina Moon, Sandwich, Boston. If y'all don't think your names are going to be out there along with your little addresses and everything else, I'm sorry, y'all are, especially with this money situation, not mathing. I mean, you really might want to consult with somebody that knows the law, because I don't want y'all, by trying to I don't know what it is that Brittany offers as the part of the mod package, because to me it doesn't look very appealing. But I'm sorry, I would not want anybody opening me up to litigation the way Brittany opens you guys up to litigation day in and day out. And y'all, I don't know if y'all don't realize it, but I'm telling you now, y'all have, especially the way she uses y'all as her credibility and to vouch for her, it's dangerous legally.
But what I don't understand, honestly, and this goes out to any of her mods, how do you care? How do you not care that she puts you on hold every 10 seconds? She has no respect for anybody. She fucking is the most boringest creator. And you got Craig in the background. And then her true crime now, all she does is read fucking articles in Facebook. Why is anybody supporting this?
I mean, and two, she's late for her own lives. She pushes them back because she waits for Clue to finish, or waits for Jay, or waits for Queen, waits for somebody, waits for you to finish. How many times has she been late to her own live because she was over in Sinner's chat? Like, give me.
I don't know how true it is, but they said that's what happened tonight. She got caught in a live chat while people were in her live waiting.
It happens a lot. And people just say, and her mods will be in there. Things came up, family, hashtag. Like,
yeah, I heard she denied it though. I heard she was like, no.
Yeah, and I get sometimes, hold on. I mean, because 1 minute people are fussing at her because they hear her kids and her kids are right there. And then if she mutes, You know, that's an issue. So I get that, but it's not that often. And also, you got another adult in the house that should be
Well,
handling business while you're working.
I
Right.
agree.
So you're the only one working. But
Right.
as to Piper, to answer your question about why I called out certain people, I'm pointing out the one Brenda Stapleton knows who the fuck I am. But I'm calling out because $1,500 is a lot of fucking money to some of these subs. Okay, let's not pretend that some of her subs are not on fixed incomes. Are that? I mean, all of us. I don't think anybody over here is just fucking drowning in wealth. And $1 doesn't go as far as it used to. Hell, I spent $20 on 30 Pepsis the other day. Like it does. So it's the fact that Brittany is so willing to, have her subs donate in all these ways that she would never, ever consider doing anything in return for any of them. And I'll say this, Kelsey, it broke my heart and I have to say, like, if this is true, because it's unfortunately being coming from Brittany, I can't really believe a lot of what she says. And, I do know that you cover for her a lot, but like, it's crazy to me how she'll say like Kelsey's going through a lot. Her, a family member was just diagnosed with cancer. And then we have the next second, she's like, oh, Diane, you went to the beach. How is that? Like, it's just crazy to me. Like, there's no actual genuine fucking care. You can't, someone that truly cares about someone and them having a family member diagnosed with cancer can't just automatically go back to how's the temperature, how's the weather, did you dip your toes in the sand after just delivering that kind of news? Like, I don't know how I can only imagine how I would feel if I was that person in chat and heard, my quote unquote really good friend, Brittany J, doing that.
Think about it. Think about this. And think about it from a creator perspective. I fucking pay attention to chat. I read people. And what happens? What happened to Kim? They fucking, she gets 3 times the amount of super chats I do, and she doesn't even pay attention to her chat. She's always being rude, telling me on. I always start on time, and she gets way more super chats. Make it make sense.
She also she'll address the comments that she chooses to address are the comments that, ironically, she'll pin the comments that are going after her, and she tries to blame it on the dark side. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past her and some of the people that she surrounds herself with to make herself a victim. And I say that because she gets to choose what comments she pins and what comments she addresses, etc. And I find it interesting that, all the time she's blocking people, and then all of a sudden everybody's unblocked. What? So they can comment, like, but I do feel like she's there's like a, maybe some of these people that are being portrayed as the quote unquote haters and the dark side, maybe actually are alts belonging to some of her supporters, pretending to give her give her hate to make her more of a victim, because people, I think, do like to root for the underdog. Brittany, I think Laura, when she first started standing up for Brittany, and, I guess you as well, like, it seemed like she was being dogpiled. I think everybody can remember a time where they felt like they were not included or the outsider, or, felt bullied at some point in their life. And, we want to root for the victim or the underdog, but Brittany makes herself a perpetual victim. That is her. That is how she has chosen to, and she does it by choice. And I think she's the puppeteer of her own victimhood too.
Hold on, Boston. If she gave more than $100 for those C&Ds, she wasted her fucking money. Those C&Ds was some of the worst I've ever seen.
Especially
Like
since
legit.
they weren't even accurate. Like she had Clue showing the video of someone driving by her house. That was Queen. I mean, literally the worst C&D. I honestly could have thrown up better C&Ds.
So if she paid more than $100 for that, she wasted her money. There's so many things that are in there that you can't even do. She cannot stick up for her mods. Her mods would have to file their own papers. You can't say, unless you're married,
And
you
she had
can't.
to know that a cease and desist wasn't going to shut those creators down. She
No.
knew
Of
that.
course it's not. A cease and desist, like Seth sent C&Ds to those people, or to to Clue. What did she do? Framed it, mounted it on the wall, and did she stop talking? No, not really. Like, okay, Boston, let me ask you this. I don't know if you were on that phone call with the attorney when Brittany's. I don't even know if Brittany was lying about this, but let's say hypothetically she was telling the truth for once, and she had her mods on a phone call with that attorney that she retained. Do you think that you have attorney-client privilege being on that phone call? Because you don't. Do you not think that anybody she goes after legally, she wouldn't subpoena your? They're not going to subpoena and depose you. They're going to. I can bet you. Anybody with like an attorney that's like worked their weight in anything, like, so basically not a Joseph Lesniak, or not like what this person, whoever sent those C&Ds out, like, y'all just, I mean, I don't know if y'all understand that is, you're opening yourself up to a lot of fucking legal problems yourselves on Brittany's behalf. What can you just give me like one thing that, like, what makes you want to, like, what I don't understand, and I genuinely am trying to fucking understand this, is like what Brittany offers you.
Wait, hold on.
It looks so
Hold on. I just remembered something about those C&Ds. I have never seen a C&D demand money. And those C&Ds were like, you'll have to pay Brittany. But are you fucking kidding me? Nobody's going to fucking pay money to, oh, please don't take me to court. When they know damn fucking well Brittany has no money to take them to court, hire attorneys in all different states. It's the stupidest fucking thing I ever saw. But that's what they're, and that one piece would have made me wipe my fucking ass with that C&D. That, oh, we're gonna, you're gonna have to pay us. We'll determine the amount. Bitch, sit the fuck down.
Piper, I'm telling you, what I'm doing is saying it. Someone would be very freaking naive. You have to be very naive to think that you can be on a phone call with an attorney that's not representing you, and that you wouldn't be subpoenaed. You sure as hell are. I can guarantee you of that.
Yeah, but anyone to think that she paid this attorney $8,000 or $10,000, that he's doing other stuff, he's not doing shit. And she better be prepared that if they do lose a channel, I will fucking guarantee you that they are going to have an attorney in North Carolina in 5 seconds. And she's going to be drugged through a major court battle that she or her subs will never be able to afford, because she's up against people that are making an excess of 25 to 30 grand a month. And if you don't believe me, then you're fucking wrong. But they are making serious fucking bank. So trust
and that's why they're not going to stop.
Nope.
I mean, they'd be crazy to.
Well, here's the thing. if you do some of the shit that Brittany is allowed to happen, you know, like, I'm sorry, you allow one of your mods or one of your panel guests to create a website that tells where my kid is going to college and where she works. I'm sorry. And then, like, talk about her being SA'd as a child. Hell no. And you think I'm not going to have a fucking reaction to that? No.
Piper, it doesn't matter. There's certain things about the law that are what they are.
I do. Okay, so Piper, here's a little.
And with her saying it on a live that y'all were on that call,
exactly.
That's all they need right there.
Piper, so do I work for attorneys? Yes. I did work for a well-known criminal defense attorney before I went to law school in North Carolina. My law school was committing federal student loan fraud, and so I worked with the government as to help get that law school and 2 others closed down. And so then actually I also tried my own case against UPS and won and set legal precedent. So, but because I saw what the fuck was going on with some of the things in law, okay, laugh. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, I'm a nurse now. And I'm probably, people tell me to go back to law school all the time because there are such things as, like, you know, legal nurse consultants. They work for hospitals all the fucking time.
Certain things about the law are just the law, though. It doesn't matter. If you know somewhat about the law, you know it. I mean, it's not debatable.
This isn't like, I'm not sitting here quoting case law. I'm sitting here just saying common sense shit.
I know for a fact that her attorney, he can ask for whatever he wants, but to put that in a C&D only sounds like you're just asking for money. You're not asking for harassment to stop. You're asking for money.
Sounds like extortion.
He can only put in what was given to him, and what was given to him was false information. What he can't do, he can't be Hermad's attorney. He has no legal ground to say, oh, you have to stop harassing Hermad's. He can't say that.
Nope.
Hermad's would need their own attorney for that. You can't say, well, you can't pick on this one. Why? She's not on the lawsuit. I could pick on whoever I want if they're not on the C&D. You know, it's not the person. Like, it's stupid shit like that. Like, this guy thinks that he's going to bully someone or he's going to go above someone. Dude, you're a fucking joke.
Right. And what I'm trying to, like Amber said, like, civil cases and criminal cases are completely different in terms of, like, when you depose somebody, you know, you're not going to be able to claim attorney-client privilege. Those mods can't claim attorney-client privilege.
No, they
can't.
can't.
On this in this place is unreal. Whew.
Well, who started it? Someone filed a fucking weird-ass RICO.
I thought that was wrong, too, when I heard that. And then I looked it up, and no, it's true. That if you are on the phone with a lawyer and you have someone else on the phone, it breaks confidentiality. I did not know that.
Yep.
I thought they were wrong until I looked it up. I was like, wow, they're correct. I had no idea.
Some of us actually, like, paid attention and, you know.
Not really. I had no idea. I was like, how does that break confidentiality? Like,
because you're not even being, they're not the client, and you've literally allowed people to sit in on your conversations.
Yeah, I never knew that. Not that I would have someone on the phone with me, but still.
I thought that was really dumb. I mean, if someone asked me to be on the phone with them as they talked to, I'm like, I would be like, no.
Well, that's because that was Brittany's way of saying, oh, I won't do that. Or, you heard me on the phone with an attorney, justification.
Exactly. She uses, I wonder, like, did they not, I mean, honestly, like, Boston, if you're still in here or you listen to it later, like, do you ever feel like this is just a one-sided relationship? Because I feel like you're in a completely one-sided relationship. I don't see Brittany, like, do you think that Brittany would ever, if it came between you and Brittany, that Brittany wouldn't save herself? Like, do you think, what lengths do you think Brittany's willing to go for you? I don't know. I think that y'all are.
Yeah, you get wrapped up in it. I mean, that's just the facts. I mean, I was in it, and Laura, we were on the phone 24/7.
I agree.
If we wasn't on the phone, we was in, Facebook on group calls 24/7. So I
Mhm.
get that her mods are sucked in, like they want to believe in her, they want to support her,
But
and they're not going to see everything else because they're hyper focused on she needs their help. She's the
what
one being bullied. That's
what
their mentality.
what is her what is like what does
The
she
same thing when Laura was being attacked. Our motive was to protect Laura. Our motive was to come out and bat for Laura during that
right?
time. And I see why her mods are gonna, they're gonna bat for her. Rightfully so.
But at the same time, like she's not even considerate of her own mod's time. Like
Yeah,
she
but then it goes past the mods. It's a
and
friendship, and
stuff.
then it's a,
Well, it's a
it's
one
a
sided.
real life relationship because
It
you spend so much time with this person.
well, but who is benefiting financially? Like who's the finance? Like that's what I'm saying. Like it seems all. I don't. Brittany seems very Brittany. She takes. I say all I see is take, and not a lot of give. You know
Yeah, I see that too.
when it and that's subs and her and the mods. And not like I freaking. I know her mods fucking hate me, but it's I do feel like sad because I can see the path that they're headed, and it's I feel for them.
See, but the difference is, Kim, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I felt like we were all a team. It wasn't like I was using you guys for clout. I think personally that's the difference.
Yeah, I don't think that. But there was some things like we would say, no, 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 don't go out there and do that. No, 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 no,
Right.
no. And you would say, I'm hitting the live button, or you'd hit it and
Mhm.
not tell us.
That's
So
true.
I see where she feels like she's got to come out and defend herself. But for her, it's a bad case because she doesn't think very well on her feet in a moment. She's not a fast
Doesn't lie
thinker.
very well.
She doesn't know how to lie very well. So, and she's just, to me, it's just better to be honest because they're going to find out the truth. Somebody on
Yep,
here is.
Why do
I
you think
agree.
she has 200? Like I don't know how many we're on like mod like 175 or something. Like like how many mods can someone have? Like, geez, it at some point you have to be like, I would reevaluate and be like, geez, this person has been through quite a bunch of people. Like, you know, it. They're asking me to
Yeah,
do.
but you don't really. I mean, some of them, some people, when you get close to them, they think you're their therapist, you're their confidant, you're their uh, Laura. You wear 10 hats, and in all
Yeah.
reality, you're just a supporter. You know what I mean? And then when you don't give them that attention, some people don't like that, and then they leave. So I can't really say that you know, she's run them all off. But I mean, she has been through quite a few. But to her mods, they're not just her mods, they're her friends, her confidants, they're her go to people. And when she says we're on the phone all the time, I believe her. I believe her. I trust they're on the phone all the time because I used to be one of those people.
But that's what I'm saying. I see it differently because I see her using her people as a go-to or as a justification. And I never did that with you guys. We were all together.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do see that difference. But I don't
Yeah.
watch her enough to know like that kind of relationship. I just see and hear her saying, well, I'm on the phone with my mods all day, every day. They know what I do. Now, do they? I don't know. Obviously not, because she's told a couple of different stories about one of them knew the drug results, one of them seen them before she even had them. And
Yeah.
so she's putting them in positions they shouldn't be in for sure.
That's a good way to put it. That's what I mean. I never put you guys in positions where it was going to end up where people call you liars and stuff.
Right.
And
You made it clear for us not to go out and to defend you.
mm-hmm. You know, people don't believe me when I told them that. I said, I'm telling you, I would tell all my mod, do not defend me. I got me. I don't want to see you guys get doxxed or get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that over and over.
Yeah, because just being a mod, your life's dug into.
Yep.
I mean, shit, my house was put on a foreclosure site for sale, open house.
I didn't want to bring that up, but yeah.
Sure did.
I was like, should I bring that up? Maybe not. Maybe it's still a sore spot.
Put it on like a Craigslist type thing and even scheduled the open house.
Yep.
Sure did. And so it gets a little crazy on here. But back in 2020, 19, that stuff was frowned upon. Like, you didn't do stuff like that. Now people are riding by people's houses. And so that's why a lot of times I just stay in the bushes.
Yeah, I heard that complicated. The older three stay there sometimes. But Craig doesn't even know how tall her oldest one is. Her oldest kid is. So I don't know how. Maybe it's been a while since they stayed over.
Yeah, that whole situation I wouldn't even touch.
No, I'm
I
just saying.
don't buy any
Said
of
that
it.
in her live tonight, and I'm just like, I'm not even. But I do.
And that's the thing. She feels like she's got to come out and put her whole life out here. And then when you do that, you're just exposing yourself. And she's got to know whatever she says, somebody's going to fact check it every time.
Well, I mean,
Somebody.
compared against her other stories. The problem is too is you when you lie so much, you can't keep track of what you've said before, especially when you're nodding out mid lie. So she doesn't remember her lies because her lives are deleted, and she clearly doesn't rewatch them. But she just can't keep track of her lies and the things that she said. So her lies contradict themselves over and over, sometimes even in the same sentence, or sometimes in the very next sentence. And then sometimes it's a little bit further apart. But, I don't know that BJ's really ever had a relationship with the honesty and just telling the truth about things. I don't think that's something that she's ever really done.
I'm starting to think she's just so lonely and wants any attention she can get.
Well, in the beginning, they went after her, like, I don't know, like the whole story, but wasn't it over a video or something? And that's how the hate went her way?
I don't know. I was a supporter of her in the
I mean,
beginning.
not saying that she ain't kept it going, but in the beginning, I want to say, wasn't it a video or something that somebody had of her kids, and then they flipped it to get
That
the
was not even
attention off of
involving
them?
any of the people that are. I mean, let's be honest. I think what the catalyst for a lot of this was the Rico. I mean and she wants to claim that that's not real life. Bullshit. That's fucking real life.
No, that's real life.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was the real.
On the
That's
back
their
of a missing
excuse.
Yeah, I
child.
don't really put too much into that because right before that, Granny was talking about suing her. So,
Well, here's the thing.
but it
But
is
you
real
did it on
life.
the back of a missing child, and
Yeah.
you also threatened, like, I was a doe in that, okay? So you also said that they're accusing someone of organized crime in a missing child's case.
Yeah,
If you
that's
have your
dirty.
if you have your own fucking issue, like whatever,
Right.
defamation cases are very fucking hard to prove, and anybody will tell you that. But absolutely, it
Yeah,
is,
that
you know,
Sebastian
do this
Rogers
on the
case has
back.
been done wrong from the get-go.
Exactly. And she flipped her shit on Tony, her entire opinion on Tony. And I think that was because Tony really wanted to go after Barbecue. And Barbecue was the main target, and Granny happened to live in the same state.
Pennsylvania.
And then all of a sudden, Brittany even said in the next live, I remember it like it was yesterday. I remember who was in what boxes. Hell, yeah. Brittany was like, yeah, Tony came up and just lied to me that entire live. And then all of a sudden, what do you know? Who's aligning themselves with Tony, and all of a sudden in Eureka. I also never recommend getting into a lawsuit with people you don't know and have never met.
Right. Or didn't she say she didn't even read the papers? She just signed them?
Yeah, I don't even think she had really even talked to the, like, Lesniak. I don't think he was even, like, really returning calls. I mean, to also include subs in that, and tell people that they need to control their followers and what they say about, the demands were absolutely ridiculous. I remember when Nick came into Granny's chat that day and said, like, basically, pay me $500, and then made some threats towards her. It to me, that was extortion.
Yeah, that's a little crazy.
I mean, if you have personal things,
I don't know. I guess
say
when she
stuff,
went on Jones's panel and she apologized and took some accountability, I think at that point she should have just shut it down and went straight into doing her own thing and just letting it lie. But I think she enjoys it, and at this point she's got no other choice because her true crime ain't doing it.
Well, if she put half as much energy
And
into
none of them's really is. If you have Jay for Justice doing true crime, she's not going to have the numbers that she has when she's talking about Brittany. Same thing with the other ones. So, I mean,
if Brittany put the energy that think of how much energy Brittany put into trying to debunk Laura and I on this drug test, right? Or just about the whole. I've never seen Brittany put the amount of energy. If she put half of that energy into a true crime live, maybe she would do better.
Because she doesn't know what to do. Everything she's ever done has been done for her.
That's also true.
She had mods that did everything for her.
True. Well, that's also very true.
I just hope for her kid's sake she can learn to keep her business off of the platform and move forward. I mean, if you're not feeding them anything, they don't have anything. But if you're going to fall asleep and your significant other's going to be in the background
doing Duolingo at like volume 70.
Yeah.
Asking about cervezas. Like, I also feel sorry. Like, it's, I don't know. I just think that if she focused, okay, also, like, it's impossible to have a one-sided argument, people if you just give it no attention, and I told Brittany this. I even told her this when I was freaking a long ass time ago, when she was like paying people to come after Trisha and I'm like, if you just went to doing your true crime, people wouldn't talk about you. You're actively engaging in it, and of
Right.
course we're gonna freaking respond. But like ultimately, you can't have, if let's say somebody comes after you, right, holds alive after time, you don't even act like, you ignore it, don't respond, don't act like it exists, they're gonna get tired of talking and getting no response, because their audience is gonna drain. Like, they depend on that back and forth. If you don't have it, they're gonna have to find somebody else to talk about, or something else to
Not
talk about.
necessarily. I got people coming after me for fucking years that haven't shut the fuck up, and I still don't talk about them.
Yeah, and then you've got the ones that it
Well,
doesn't matter
BJ's
what you
boring.
say, they're going to twist it.
Yep.
Well, I feel
Even
like
with her
BJ's
true
not that
crime, they
interesting,
go
so.
through her true crime. Now, does she nod off? And yeah, she does. So that gives them fuel. But I mean, I've seen her do true crime 3-4 days in a row, and they still fumble through her true crime. Like I said, though, there's reasons in there that they're fumbling through it and going over it.
Right.
But I don't know. I just hate to see somebody be, done like that. But then, like I said, she's kind of putting it out there. I mean, like with the drug test, just put it out there and shut it down. Don't drag it out for a week or 2 weeks. And you could have shut it down 2 weeks ago.
I'm telling you, that's why I really believe, like, and I never listened to them before. I always thought they were fucking wrong, but I do think they're right. She does want it. She wants the attention.
Right, because she has to be the victim at this point. That's
Yep.
the way she's making it by.
Right.
I mean, she has no option. Even if she wanted to bail out today, she ain't gonna be able to survive off of bailing out.
But she does have people that do want, believe it or not, that do want to hear her true crime, because they are.
You've got people, and Laura can contest to this. You got people that are going to tell you that.
Well, they were in her chats like, I thought we're doing true crime tonight, like it was, and she would talk about the drama instead, or she would say, I'm gonna get back to my, if I had $1 for every time she said I'm gonna get back to doing my true crime, she never,
Right,
but
and at this point, she's lost so much support. I mean, she was getting 800, 900 people in her chats at one point, and now she barely can hit 300.
Well,
she does.
she's getting more, but she's getting a lot of haters.
I think those numbers are inflated, because I don't believe that with her being streamed on other platforms that she is getting freaking 500 people in there.
Well, I know that they're saying that bots are being bought and putting on people's channels and stuff like that, trying to get them shut down.
I've heard that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just wild. Like I said, the truth is always going to come to light.
Yeah, definitely on this platform, it will. That's what I'm saying. She might as well just be honest.
Right.
And if you're on maintenance, you're on maintenance.
No, there's no.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Right. I mean, just like for me, it's not about that.
But
it's about
she has said I'm not, so she's got to continue that.
And it's also about, like, I feel for a kid that says, Mom, you're asleep, wake up. And she said, I'm not sleeping, I'm texting, like, dude,
That
you clapped
pisses me
4
off.
times, like, what do you mean?
That pisses me off.
Right, and even if that one time she had her head down and was texting her daughter, being
plenty of
the
other
benefit
times.
of, right, there's other times that we know that's not the case, and because you lied about those, we can't really take your word about this.
Right.
Because she did turn on her camera and show the phone and the time and the text, and even if that was true, there's been several other times that make people believe that that time wasn't true either.
Right.
And so she has nobody to blame but herself for that.
Right. There's nothing I can really look at and be like, yeah, I trust Brittany when she tells me this. Like, I wouldn't even trust her to give me the weather report, you know?
I agree with you. I'm with you on that. And she is the boy that cried wolf, without a doubt. Because she just makes excuse after excuse after excuse. And then says how it's everybody else. No, Brittany, it's you. But that's why I said I think she wants it. She wants the fighting. She wants people to talk about her. She does not want it to end. And like I said, I never thought of it like that, but I think they're right.
Yeah.
Right, I didn't either. I thought maybe she, was defending herself, because when somebody accuses you of something, most people's reaction is, I'm going to defend myself.
Absolutely.
But then, like I said, when she didn't just throw that drug test out.
Nope. Or the ointment.
Right. I'm like, there's a reason why. And then when it was all negative, I'm like, now, why would you sit on that?
Yep.
If it was all negative like that. That don't make no sense. You could have shut this down 14 days ago.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, Brittany, if it's so real, all you had to do is say, fuck you, Laura, here it is. You didn't have to wait 2 weeks. But
Yeah,
you
but
wanted.
without being the victim, she has no GoFund for me.
Yep.
You know what I mean? She's got none of that victim mentality, sympathy, support. Like, she loses all that.
Right.
And,
I mean, or she should.
and now I think Sinner got her into some heat.
Right.
Yeah, because I heard a clip about paying for a mod's information. I'm like, my gosh.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. Right after she said that we shouldn't be going real life on people, we shouldn't be. And then she's sitting in the chat as he's offering $500 for information on, I think he named even 3 people at one point he wanted.
Well,
And sometimes a creator can do something and you don't have to support it, and doesn't mean you have to pull back all your support for that creator because they made that one choice to do something you don't support or your morals and values don't support.
Well, that's
but in her situation, she can't afford to be in that chat.
Nope.
Because she knows they're coming for her.
Well, she sure can't, especially when you're trying to say, I'm the victim of this.
Right, and you just did a short on how, that path or whatever.
Exactly. And then you're sitting there, at least if you're gonna sit there and be like, but I don't think she really has the backbone to sit there and say she disagrees with someone. Like,
well, at this point, she really can't disagree with many because she don't have that many allies at this point.
Right. And it makes you wonder, what does Sinner have on her?
Oh, I don't think Sinner has anything on her.
Well, I don't know.
Moon, on the other hand, might be different, but I don't think Sinner has anything on her.
I think Moon's pulled back from her too.
Well,
Well, that was a whole nightmare.
Yeah, that was literally wow.
No, I think recently, like yesterday.
Yeah, that's when it all went to hell in a handbasket.
Oh, okay.
The streets.
Yeah, I don't watch that one.
And then Brittany, when it went to her live and pretended like she had no clue what was going on. But then if you listened really closely, it came out that she knew exactly what was going on because she gave it away too much. Like, she just talked, I have no clue what's going on. And then I haven't been on YouTube all day. I've been having a busy day with all this stuff. And then coming to find out, she said that she knew about certain stuff. So obviously she is paying attention somehow.
Oh, yeah, she knew. She may not have known in total, but all you had to do was listen for 5 seconds and you knew what was going on. He said it every 5 seconds.
Right.
I'll pay $500 for her information, blah, blah, blah. And I was really shocked. Nobody fucking said anything. I'm like, why is nobody saying anything? Like, really?
I agree or disagree with like QB or whatever. I mean, it's still. I think that it's.
Well, I'm sure Queen Bee does stuff that maybe my morals and values don't align with, but some do. So they're not going to see what she does out of my perspective. They're going to see it out of their perspective, even though I think it's wrong that somebody rode by Brittany's house and she advertised it. Some people don't think so because their perspective is she deserves that.
Well, no, I think that
You know what I mean? So,
you, well, what it shows you, and what I always said too, like, is we don't know who's sitting in the bushes clearly of these chats, and that's why, like, some of the rhetoric, I had a real problem with regarding Sebastian's case and the things that people were accusing without any freaking evidence. We have, you know, these awful accusations being made against people, and, you know, it's like they're getting already, like, there's death threats that they've received, like voicemail death threats. We've heard like one of them. A lot of them have even been worse than the one the one that, you know, made it onto social media. I don't know if y'all heard it on this side of YouTube, but it was absolutely awful.
yeah, that's terrible because nobody on this platform is smarter than the FBI, the TBI, you know, the sheriff's department. I mean, if those people were involved on either side, they'd be in jail.
I
Right.
agree.
And it's like, you know, we have we have people pulling up house plans showing where Katie lays her head at night. You know, we have a neighbor that literally gives a play-by-play as to where the comings and goings of if Chris is at home. You know, like it's if Katie's at home, where Katie's going. Katie couldn't even go to church without her picture being taken and put on the internet. Like, I mean, we got it like the morning of the vigils on March the 1st, or the last one that they did at the church, where all the, like, Justin came down with the monkey and Betty, and it looks honestly like a meet and greet. It didn't look like a freaking honor of Sebastian. It just looked like I'm a celebrity. I felt like they almost thought they should have lined up and fucking given out autographs and posed for, like, it was weird. And I was planning on going to it until, you know, Chris got a threatening text, and I was one of the people listed on there for if I attended, but my information had already been given to the security and I would be at risk for whatever.
Well, you got to think, if you got 10 people in these chats, at least one's crazy. At least one.
There's plenty of crazy people. This case attracted some of the craziest, and I think maybe like the delivery of, hey, Brittany, you never know who could be driving by your house, like, you know, playing that video. Maybe it wasn't like it could. I don't know. I wasn't in the live when it happened, but I think that it is a good reminder that all it takes is one fucking lunatic to, you know, for you to make all these like false allegations against people, and somebody to freaking believe it, and all they have to do is freaking think, you know.
Right. That's why I'm careful not to accuse her of anything, because that goes for her side too. You know, when they're enticing her parenting. Oh, we're not the kids, the parenting, and this. And there's somebody in that chat you're enticing. You know, one crazy person, maybe 50 crazy people, because you got 1,000 in there. So 100 people that are going to reach out and touch somebody's real life.
Yep, I agree with that.
And they're like, we're not well, you might not intentionally be doing it, but that person in that chat thinks they're doing it to help you and, you know, to do you a favor. So it goes both ways on that. So that's why I'm like, I just don't agree with all the reaching out, touching somebody's real life like that. And I wouldn't want somebody to do it to Queen Bee. I wouldn't want somebody to, and I don't agree with what they did to Cluminati's daughter. That was dirty. It was wrong. It's disgusting. It's gross. And Brittany should have never partaked in that. She should have dropped that girl from her panel as soon as that girl started broadcasting that
She
crap.
knew exactly what she was.
Right.
What
And you're right. You won't convince me she don't. She didn't.
she knew.
And that's
She
what I'm
knows.
saying. She's playing in it and asking for it.
Him and
And I
Crafton.
mean, as long as she does that, then she's gonna have issues.
Kim and Crafton, literally, like,
What happened to them, by the way?
I don't
they're
know.
over Natasha Cooper's. I think.
What?
I think they're back with Natasha Cooper. I don't know.
Oh, she's back on YouTube again?
No, like, yeah, well, yeah, she's on YouTube somehow. But she's also
Daggone.
See, I think that Brittany is a Wish version of Natasha Cooper, and QB is a Wish version of Molly.
See, I
See,
I didn't watch that Natasha Cooper.
Oh, I literally would come across her on TikTok and just keep scrolling.
Oh, Natasha's funny though.
I think the only time I watched her is when her and Hello Starlight had that confrontation. I think that was the only time I ever seen her live.
Oh, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
No, she used to be entertaining. I don't know about now. But she was always the ultimate grifter.
There's a lot of them on here.
And she's another one. People just kept giving. Give.
I never got the appeal.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I never got the appeal for, like, she never could maintain my attention. Like, even on TikTok or anything like that.
Yeah, I didn't know she was back on YouTube. I mean, I don't watch her anymore, but she used to be kind of entertaining.
Yeah, I think that's at least what I was.
Right, I see some of these people throwing money. I'm like, daggone, what am I doing wrong?
I know, like, shoot, I'm in the. I went
But you remember that lady? I can't remember her name, Laura. What was Diane? I forget what her name was, but she lived in she didn't live in the U.S., she lived in another country. And she used to give you hell, but she donated like no other to Pink. She donated to Pink a lot. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
She passed away. And remember, she
Sally?
accused, who?
Sally?
No, I thought Diane was in her name. I can't remember. She accused.
I know who you're talking. Yes, I know who you're talking about.
That lady was a millionaire and sat here and blew every dime of it to creators on YouTube.
Do you remember the lady from Texas that was had embezzled like almost like $1 million from the company she worked for, and was using it to give like TikTok creators and gifts and stuff?
No.
Yeah.
Why don't I have someone
And
like
then right before she passed away, I think her family found out, and that's when she started talking about wanting to sue and was messaging people on YouTube wanting their money back. Remember that?
Yes, that I do remember. That was crazy.
But it was nothing for her to drop 500, 2,500. I mean, it was just any given, amount, she'd drop it. But that runs out after a while. Most people don't have unlimited funds.
Right. And if they do, you might as well, I'm wondering, like, where are they getting them from? Because, I mean, geez.
She didn't give it to me.
Yeah.
People don't want to give me money like they do these other creators. That's
Yeah,
it.
but the giving ain't like it used to be. I mean, it's still going, but it's not like it used to be. And that's because of all the grifting and scams that have been ran. I
One
think
would
after
think, but if you
Diane's
look at the money,
channel,
some of these creators are making,
I don't know. I think after Diane's
I don't
channel, it
know.
kind of died down a little. But I mean, it's picking back up.
Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Texas
The
woman's been
money these
stolen.
people are raising.
I mean, you got people begging for money and then slinging money. Make it make sense.
But you
Yeah,
got the loss.
That's what I'm saying, begging for lawsuit money, but yet you can donate money.
that's what
Yep.
I don't get too. Is like to having a so if Brittany hypothetically with this money that she's raised for this lawsuit that she's entering into voluntarily, it's one thing to have a get like GoFundMe for a lawsuit that you didn't ask for, but she's creating it, right? So let's say she wins. Let's say it goes to court. By some miracle, she was to win money back and then some for damages. Basically, what it like, and she's put nothing in of it herself that I can see, based on how much we've been told the mods contributed and other, subs.
Right. And then, she
If she
got out
donated.
here and showed off all her new gadgets and gadgets
Right.
and
But
it's
you know
like,
what?
why? You know what people are going to say. Why would you do that? So
But you know
that
what
makes you
part?
question her too.
But you know what part of her problem is? And I don't know if she forgets, her mods forget. You are still in litigation. Not that
Yeah.
there's still litigation pending, but you lost a lawsuit. You don't know how much money you're going to have to pay. And why start this C&D when you haven't even concluded the one you actually lost on? That's what I don't get.
And why do you think that going after, I'm sorry, but if they think that like it's not going to be even worse now that Tony filed a lawsuit against Granny, and then you have Brittany sending Granny, like that's going to be looked at by the court. I can't tell you how badly that judge is going to look at that. It's going to be absolutely looked
Right. It
at
looks
as
like
a
it's
sign of,
retaliation.
of course, it's venue shopping is what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It's retaliatory, it's venue shopping, and it's
But Brittany knew. You can't convince me she didn't know that when she sent the C&Ds that
oh,
they
I
were
don't
just
think
going
she's
to
that
pretty
smart.
much, like they said, wipe their asses with them.
Well, I don't think she's that smart to think that this is going to impact the case that I already have going.
Right. And she's been on YouTube long enough to know a cease and desist is just a paper. Unless you're prepared to take it all the way, which
See,
we know she's not.
but I also think Tony's is actually legit. I don't think it looks like retaliation. He actually has a solid case.
Right.
No.
Now, I do agree with you on that because I did read his paperwork and he does cite everything that he accused of. He put the proof in there.
Yeah.
Not if you
But,
listen
and that's
to
a lot of it
thing.
too. Like, I
He has
get
to
that some of them are
contradict himself.
voluntarily, some of them are involuntarily. But if you're told to quit talking about somebody, hey, it's becoming a nuisance, like I'm being attacked, and then just shut up and leave them alone.
I agree.
Why would you beg for the lawsuit? It don't even make sense. And all you got to do is be quiet.
Yep. Agreed. But some of these people have no life skills and they think that they make a little money. Thank you, Tony. They make a little money and I can get away with whatever I want. And that's personally what I think
Yeah,
is
because they're not paying for it.
nope.
And who did Tony give the lawsuit to read out?
That what?
Brittany. Tony gave Brittany the lawsuit against Granny to read out on her platform.
That I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yep.
she was the first one that broadcasted it, I believe.
Mm-hmm. If that, I'm
I'm not
sorry.
sure where I heard it.
Oh, I heard her. She was giddy. She stayed. I think she stayed awake for that live. Actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of it
That's how I know she doesn't have a
brings up.
medical condition.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But
And whether even if you're exhausted,
She
like
does
she
do.
claims, and you know, being a mom's tough. I'm not saying it's not. Being a parent's tough, dad or mom.
right.
But you're not that exhausted to the point you're in mid sentence falling asleep. I mean,
I've been.
that's like me. I've been up since 7 o'clock this morning. Go, 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 trying to get stuff ready for the work week. And here it is, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not
Yep.
falling out. You know what I mean? Unless you're staying up 3, 4 days in a row,
Right.
and I just don't see her doing that.
But I said that. I've stayed up for 3, 4 days in a row. And guess what? I even coming down off something, and I've never fallen asleep mid-sentence.
Right.
Ever.
Your body says
Yeah.
go to sleep and you go crawl into
Yeah.
bed.
Exactly.
Right. And she never yawns. That was something that I didn't even think about until someone pointed out. Like, you know.
I said it. She
Right.
never yawns.
Yeah.
And then I thought about narcolepsy and I was like, but like you, at certain times she can go without nodding off.
Yep. As I
And you
said,
can't control
narcolepsy,
that.
you would have no control over that.
And she's already denied that she has that. So.
Right. And in my opinion, if she didn't know what was causing that, she would be more concerned. I would be at my doctor's office going, hey doc, I'm gonna need you to figure out what's wrong with me because I'm talking to people and I'm falling asleep mid-sentence.
Yep.
I'm sitting in a chair and the next thing I know, I'm halfway bent over in the chair.
I'm
What is
eating
wrong
my
with me?
microphone too much, you know,
Right,
like
you know? So that also tells me she knows what's causing it. Because if not, why are you not more concerned?
That's a good point too. You're
I mean,
right.
I would be running to my doctor's office. I mean, that's like with my hand, you know, it started going numb and tingling. And I was being woke up in the middle of the night with my thumb, my index, and middle finger cramping, like it was waking up feeling, but it never woke up.
Yeah.
I knew it was carpal tunnel, but I was running to my doctor's office to make sure that's what it was. And I wasn't going into stroke mode or, you know,
right.
that's just what you do.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, you're
Exactly
concerned.
right.
See, there's a sign of being tired, Laura.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I literally get like 3 hours of sleep a night. I'm always on the go. And that's why I have no sympathy for her. Brittany, you don't even know how fucking hard life is when you're doing 15,000 different things at once. Like you're an adult and you fucking cry about, oh, I have adult things to do. Like, bitch, give me a fucking break. But
Yeah.
people get into it.
Like that's, I don't know.
And then and then you have all day to sleep. You know what I mean? When your
well,
kids
or
at school.
go live and then go to bed at a normal bed, like because how like she was bragging during her live today. She was bragging about how she woke up at like 11:30, and then she, you know, went back to bed, and you know how well rested she was, and how she like basically saying she wasn't gonna fall asleep during her live, but at the same time, like I'm thinking, you have so who is taking care of the kids? Like, you know, like who is
Yeah, but we've heard her say she ain't gonna fall asleep, and she still continues to do that, no matter how much rest she gets.
Because she can, and her subs don't care.
Right.
they're gonna say like that it's funny they listen into other people's lives to tell her, hey Brittany, hit pause, you know, hit play, hey Brittany, you need to talk now, you know, it's not fair use, you're just letting somebody else's video play, hey Brittany.
That's what I'm saying, though. I don't know how people support her. I just don't.
I guess like I think that a lot of her and I've gotten shit for saying this. I think that a lot of her people are more like elderly and alone, and that's all they like. They don't have like they find like a community in there, and they're afraid to lose that. That's the only thing I can really think of. I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to stay around. There at school, she sleeps. Yeah, okay, well, Watch and Loaded, like, but then the problem is she is falling asleep, having these lives, getting off them, and then still and nodding out, and then, like, not much later, they're going to have to be getting ready to go to school. Like, and she's the one that takes them there. So,
Right. And then you got to think, she's got that small inner circle, and it's just not really about Brittany, singled out Brittany. Those circle people become friends too. And they know, because that's just the rule of thumb on YouTube, that if you betray them, you're going to get blocked. You're going to be kicked out of the group, never to be spoken to again. And they know that. So that's another reason why people stay
right.
and linger and don't want to leave. And they put up with what they put up with, because not only are they supporting Brittany, but they've also made real life friendships with these people in that circle that they're on the phone with 24/7.
Or real life.
It's just not them and Brittany.
Or real life enemies, or that people that viewed them as enemies because of their affiliation with Brittany.
Right.
And I think too, they're like Locked and Loaded said, they're naive. There's some that are naive and believe her religious act, which is crazy to me, because I mean, I'm a Christian, but I'm not like obviously a perfect Christian by any means. I have a mouth. But it's like she just contradicts herself in the same sentence. Like, it's wild to me.
I mean, and there's some good people on here. I mean, I came on here because my mother passed away, and my significant other at the time, his parents were still living. So he didn't understand. He couldn't understand what I was going through, losing my mom, my best friend. No matter how much he wanted to, he just couldn't understand that. And ultimately, we ended up in a divorce. And I came to YouTube, and there was people I made friends with that had lost a parent. So they could relate to me, and they're like, "You're not crazy. I've been through that too." And I know she's Laura's, rival, but Makeup Mobster, when she did her grief series. I can't tell you how much that helped me, not as her as a person, but her work and her going into detail what happened to her mother and her brother and the family splitting up and losing somebody you're close to. So someone might be elderly, but also there's life things that go on outside of YouTube that draws you in to take you out of the real world, basically, taking you out of reality and bringing you in and making you do something else versus thinking about what you're going through.
That's very true.
And you've got people that have had those life experiences that you're going through that people in your real life have no clue what you're even talking about, because they've never experienced it.
That's true. It's a good way to look at it.
That was the main part for me. And I mean, sitting in an ICU room day after day after day by yourself with a phone, that's how I got into YouTube, is waiting on the hours so I could see my mom. And to pass the time, I would just YouTube until ultimately she passed away. And then I kind of got sucked in to the point, like Laura, I was calling out to work, missing work because I was up all night. So some people can get easily drawn in for a lot of reasons.
We had a good group though.
Mhm.
For me.
Too bad 2 of them are no longer alive.
Hey, I'm about to put something in the back chat.
Do you know what's funny? I saw your message from like hours ago. I'm like, damn, I suck at reading this.
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
It's okay.
Can't tell her. Have I ever been good at that? No.
No.
You don't even understand. They used to yell at me. Do you not fucking scroll up? Nope. My fucking computer is like being stupid.
So yeah, I'm not gonna be hard on her mods because, I mean, or her supporters because, like I said, I've been there, done it, not just with our other creators, you know, and you get sucked in, and your goal is to protect them, you know, support them. You don't care about other people. And then, like I said, it's just not about Brittany anymore. You've got, say, 8 mods in a group with Brittany. And I'm sure those 8 people have conversations too without Brittany. Rather it's one-on-one or
Oh
two on
yeah,
one.
she definitely puts it. She has the different mod chats where she puts and will talk. Like for example, when it came out about Nana and the things she had said about Nana's dragonfly, you know, she all of a sudden was deflecting like as soon as possible about that.
Where did you put something?
Gosh, damn it! I'm about to tell you again. Back chat.
There it is. Back chat. I thought you said mod chat.
No. Shit. No.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's our profound wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
I have no clue. I haven't listened to it. I just listened to a part of it.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't listen to that one.
She's like Molly. She goes in ups and downs. Like sometimes she's good, and then like all of a sudden she's just horrible. She goes on these fucking rants. It's like really.
What she said the other day, I'm like, I was so vile. I don't know how like, and BJ was just sitting in the chat like, yeah, you know.
What'd she say?
Oh my god, some of the most vile stuff ever. She was accusing Truth of being in a.
Oh yeah, that was the dumbest thing I ever heard. Does he really look like he's in a fucking hardcore gang? Come on.
And like, if anything happens to like, I'm like, oh my god, like.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I remember that. Do you watch Elevated Truth at all, Kim?
I watched him, I think, once or twice. The one time, the most recent, was on Jones's panel when he got up there and was talking about the DV situation, and I just bounced.
Some of the like his lives are more like just kind of chill. Like he will talk about like.
And see, I like Jones and Nunya, and I like listening to them because not only are they can articulate, and to me, Nunya's very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
And they provide receipts. They say nothing without a receipt.
Well, that's
and I will give them that.
I can't stand is when I provide a fucking receipt, then they have everything that they want to fucking say because I fucking provided a receipt. Well, which is it? Like, I don't know. It's weird to me. But I had like in terms of true crime and certain things like that I was doing, related to like Sebastian's case and stuff, like in other cases too. Like I remember they didn't even know who the fuck I was, but they came up to fucking grill me. Who the hell are y'all? Like, I don't even know who you are. Like, why are you questioning me about shit? Like,
See, I like Deets. I don't like Nunya. I think she's way too she reminds me of One Woman. She's way too condescending. And she just thinks her shit doesn't stink, and I can't stand that. Okay. And Jones in it is dumber than a box of rocks.
when she came up here the day that we were talking about addiction, and she was trying to tell me, or she was basically trying to tell us, like, these aren't signs of it. Well, but then she said, I've never experienced,
Yeah.
or been around anyone with addiction. Well, then maybe you should sit down and take notes instead of being up here and trying to question people who know a little bit more than you when it comes to addiction.
I agree.
And signs of like.
Now, who was that?
Nunya.
Oh, I
Yeah.
missed that.
See, Jonesin can be entertaining, but I feel like she lost herself, and all she wants to do is try to emulate Nunya, and that fucking annoys me. Be your own person.
That's what I can't stand. Like, I can't stand when people just like blindly follow. Okay, it's like, okay. For example, when I had a falling out with a creator, people can probably figure out who it was. When I had a falling out with a creator, I had a huge target on my back. Everyone started hating me because said creator hated me.
Yeah.
They didn't even hear my side of it. They didn't know any of it.
Yep.
And, they just blindly believe, like, what that person says. And it's like, oh, she hates her? Okay, I'm going to hate her too. Okay, well, so-and-so is okay with her in, the chat or whatever. So I'm going to start being nicer to her again. Like,
Absolutely.
That's why a lot of subs don't call out creators, because they know if they don't align themselves with what this person thinks, then they're not gonna like them.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to be kicked out them discords, or they're going to be, So instead of saying something, they just stay quiet.
I mean, I had people that would come to me and, say, I got crap because I acknowledged you in a chat. I said, hey to you. And I'm like, excuse me? Like, gee, like, that's not even healthy. If someone tried to tell me, I'm sorry, I saw you saying hello to someone in another chat, why were you telling them hello? Like, I'd be like, one, you're not my mother, and two, even if you were my mother tried to tell me that, like, I'm a grown-ass adult, and I'll say hello to who I want. Like,
Right, I mean, look at the story with Granny and the cancer. The receipts are out there. The
With
proof,
the
cancer scam.
Oh, God.
The receipts are out there. The proof's out there. You can't miss it. But they don't want to see it. They see it, but they ain't gonna say nothing.
Well, I'm not sure when that happened and like the context of like when that happened or how long ago that happened. But what I will say is, when it comes to Granny, personally, I have what in my own personal experiences, and that's kind of like how I judge people. Like, everybody's made a mistake, nobody's freaking perfect. If there's things that I've said and done that I would, if I could take back, I would, or if I,
Right, absolutely.
And so it's like I judge based on my own experience. I'm not gonna I've never been one that follows the crowd. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything is like kind of like my motto. And so it's like I just judge her based on what I have seen of her, and like in my own experiences, I haven't caught her lying to me. I haven't caught her, you know, and so I base it off of that. Like I know other people have history with her, and that's them. But I think that, you know, there are, just like I would say Laura probably would say she's grown since what, you know, what she gets judged for a lot. I think, you know, it's we have to also give grace in terms of there are sometimes, like, we learn from that. There are people that do learn from their mistakes and move forward in a better way.
And I agree with you. But my point is, she doesn't forgive people, but she wants to be forgiven. And
well,
that's
I think
my
how
issue.
you approach it, honestly. And I don't think that, like, for example, I think if there's like history between some, you know, people or whatever, I think that, like, obviously doing, like, I think if someone wanted to really like bury the hatchet with Granny and have a real conversation about, like, hey, the past is in the past, you know, I fucked up, you know, whatever, she would be willing to, like, hear them out. It doesn't mean you have to be like best friends or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I think it's ridiculous that people can't go in certain people's chats, or they're going to be seen in a certain way, you know, like, or just automatically attacked, you know?
I agree.
Yeah,
I
that's probably
definitely
why
agree
there's
with
so
that.
many alt
And then
accounts.
the mob mentality is just absolutely ridiculous. You know, one person says something and then everyone feels like the need that they like needed to jump on.
Uh-huh.
You know,
But
and
that's why as creators, we always tell subs, don't hate someone because the creator does, because they could make up the next day. And
yeah.
that's how.
Or a lot of times, you know, the person that they're quote unquote hating and talking shit about, they're actually maybe like communicating with behind the scene,
Mm-hmm.
and you just don't know about it.
I agree. But I am going to end this because
Yeah.
I am tired.
I'm
I'm nodding out. I'm just tired.
like, I need to decompress, like, because I went straight from, like, almost stroking out at the end of that Alabama football game to like Laura going live, and I'm like, I need to soak it in because that about to take me out.
I mean, I got to hit 2020 database tomorrow.
Yeah, that sucks. You lost your Patreon?
Yep, I know exactly who the fuck did it too.
Wow.
And you know her too.
Yeah, I knew who you were talking about right out the gate.
Yep.
Oh.
And
Well, those are two polar opposites locked and loaded.
I'm positive it was a fucking psycho.
But anyway.
All right.
Hopefully I'll get it back. If not, it's all right. I'm transferring platforms anyway. But because I don't have access, I saw Patreons from 2019 and 20. I don't know everybody.
Right.
So I decided on making a whole database of every Patreon I've ever had, besides like the obvious, to all of them, year by year. But I'll tell you, in 2019, I had like so many $50 Patreons. I was like, where the fuck did all these people go? I could not believe it. 2020 so far, I don't have that, you know, like new ones. but 2019 was like all $50 supporters. I was like, God damn. So
That was kind of new too, though, right?
yeah, it was new. Some
Well,
names are crazy though.
yeah. Hopefully you'll get that back though.
Well, I'm gonna switch platforms, but it's just a point. Like, if I didn't remember that I had all my emails, I would have been screwed in Discord, at Patreons that I haven't spoken to in forever. I have some I don't even know who they are, and it's just wild. Like, they didn't even give me fucking notice. I've never even had a strike. And it was like, boom, my account's gone. I'm like, what? So,
Yeah.
first thing I did is started looking for alternatives. But they said, like, you can strike, you can appeal it. I heard Molly lost hers too, and she appealed it and got it back. But even if I get it back, the fact that you don't even give a warning or anything with somebody that's been in perfect standing from 2019, and I don't even get a fucking warning, like to remove the content or whatever, fuck.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
anything. I'm lost in the sauce over there. I
So
barely
they
know
don't
how to
tell
talk
you
to Discord.
what
They did. It was
took it
movies
for?
that I uploaded some movies. Pirate.
Oh,
So, but they don't have, like, the reason why I know it was reported, they don't have algorithms like that. They don't have algorithms searching your fucking videos. They just don't. You have to be reported. They're not like YouTube, but they have algorithms searching all your content. And that's how I knew I was reported. And I know exactly who did it. I believe. Because someone told me that she's fucking obsessed and she's miserable, so I wouldn't doubt it for 1 second.
Yeah.
yeah.
And thanks like what Amber said. Thanks for spending your valuable time here with us.
Absolutely. And Kim, I'm glad you came up.
Me too.
Yeah.
You
I'm always
straightened out.
get a little feisty back and forth.
You're all right. All right, Laura, I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, Kim.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
All right, anyway, I will talk to you tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Night, night. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I had fun. It was great having Kim up. So that's it. But I'll see you all tomorrow. I gotta actually babysit tomorrow night, but I might come on afterwards, depending on what time I get home. Dayton's doing a little better. His fever keeps going back up and down, but not high. Only like 100.7, 101. Really fucking sick. So, but hopefully it's gone. So I'll see you beautiful people tomorrow. And that's it. And if you missed the beginning of this live and you're a Patreon, past, present, or future too. And I will see you beautiful people later. Have a good night. Peace.